This video is going to be one of the most comprehensive videos that you will find on YouTube as to how to start and scale a social media marketing agency. And as someone who's been through a handful of SMA courses over the last 5 years, I can guarantee you that without a doubt, this video is better than most of the paid courses out there. And by the end of this video, you're going to know exactly how to start and scale an SMMA to over $10,000 a month in the next 90 days or less. Not only that, but you guys are going to have access to every single piece of material that I'm going to talk about in this video, including outreach scripts, contracts, lead trackers, and every single piece of document that I personally use at the agency. And because there's literally over 15 documents to link, I can't link them all here on YouTube. So to get access to any of the documents that we mentioned in this video, I want to go ahead and invite you to join our free Skool community, where you're going to have access to every single piece of downloadable material that I mentioned in this video and much more. Now, before we actually get into this 4-hour training, I want to go ahead and give you an idea as to what you are going to learn in this training. And I've broken down this training into 11 parts based on the most important topics from my 5 years experience running 2 different agencies. Part number 1 goes over understanding the actual business model. Here we're going to talk about what is SMA, why it's the best business to start, and essentially why businesses would rather pay you and me as agency owners as opposed to hiring their own in-house marketing department. Part number 2 goes over choosing your niche. Now here, most people will just tell you this niche is good or that niche is good, but the reality is what works for one person doesn't work for someone else. When choosing your niche, you need to have an actual framework. And in this part, we're going to go ahead and show you how to have a framework which will allow you to find the niche that works best for you. And we're going to do that by leveraging things such as your passion, your expertise, different knowledge, and advantages that you have over other agency owners. Part number 3 goes over the 9 tools that you're going to need to actually go ahead and scale your agency to $10,000 a month. And honestly, these tools I personally use at the agency, and the cool thing about it is most of them are free. Part number 4 goes over pricing your SMMA services. Now, this is the same exact pricing structure that allowed me to generate in my best month over $115,000 while working with only 5 clients. And this is the best pricing structure because it will allow you to make the most money possible working with very few clients while at the same time making it a win-win situation between you and the brand that you're working with. Part number 6 goes over how to find leads using different Instagram strategies. Now, this applies to local businesses as well as e-commerce and information product. And also in this part, we touch on other ways that you can actually find leads at scale. Part number 7 covers the number 1 outreach strategy that I personally did for the first 2 years running my paid ads agency. And that strategy is LOOM outreach. Over here, we're going to cover the exact framework from the first few words that you utter to the last few words that you say. And included in this part is the actual script that I have used to send over 1,000 LOOMs over the last 5 years. Part number 8 goes over exactly how to automate this LOOM outreach strategy. Because now that you understand the actual framework of the LOOM outreach strategy, we're going to show you how to automate it from a 10 to 15 minute video down to just a 1-minute video. Meaning that every prospect that you reach out to, it's only going to take you 1 minute to go ahead and record this video, which will allow you to actually send more videos at scale. And included here is the exact script that I use for automation, as well as a video example to show you what the final piece looks like. Part number 9 goes over the same exact contract that I have been using for the last 3 years. We'll break down the exact contract in detail and show you exactly how to plug and play your own information and your prospects' information, as well as how to send this contract to your prospects using a free software. Part number 10 goes over how to hire contractors, which will allow you to streamline your agency. We'll cover the top places to find them, as well as exactly how to go ahead and vet them. Included is the questionnaire that we make all contractors go through when looking to hire them. So here you're going to know everything that you need to know from actually finding them all the way to onboarding them to your business. And lastly, part number 11 goes over how to actually onboard your clients to your agency now that they have agreed to work with you. Now, because this is so important, we have got rid of the going back and forth. This part is so important because this is the first impression that your client is going to have of you now that they have went ahead and paid you for your services. And around this time, the client is usually very emotional. So you want to make this as seamless as possible so that they don't have buyer's remorse. So we've simplified this process to make it under 30 minutes. And included here is the exact script, the exact onboarding material, and everything that you need to make sure that you onboard your clients within 30 minutes and make it be a good customer experience. And with that being said, let's go ahead and dive into this 4-hour training. So pull out a pen and paper, and look, if you need to break this down into 2 parts, make sure you save it to your watch later list so that you can come back to this video. But with that being said, let's go ahead and dive into this training on exactly how to start and scale an SMMA to $10,000 a month or more with absolutely $0.
Alright, so in this video of this first module, we're going to go ahead and talk about understanding the business model. Now, if you are someone that has yet to start your agency, or someone that has already started an agency, maybe you have 1 or 2 clients, this video is going to be very valuable for you. If you're someone, again, that hasn't been in the game for a while or hasn't had skin in the game. And the reason this is going to be important is because this video in particular is going to help you actually understand the actual business model of social media marketing agency. And the fastest way to being successful at something is actually understanding the core fundamentals. So a lot of the stuff that I'm going to share with you here, we sometimes think that we know, but in reality we don't, when we actually dissect things. So I think this video is going to be very valuable for you, again, if you are someone that hasn't been in the game for at least 2 years. And quite honestly, I actually got all of the information that I'm going to share with you from a program that I joined, and this was revolutionary for me. I think this was one of the reasons that I was able to be successful with my marketing agency. It allowed me to have that framework or have that right mindset. So in this video, we're not necessarily going to talk about tactics. It's more of a mindset, really, and just understanding the core fundamentals of a social media marketing agency. So to go ahead and get into it, the first thing that we're going to learn in today's video, we're going to go ahead and cover agency services boiled down to its cores. We're going to go ahead and talk about the 4 different agency frameworks. We'll talk about how much you can really make with a social media marketing agency. And yeah, let's go ahead and get right into it. So agency services simplified. So with a marketing agency, okay, with a social media marketing agency, you're a service-based business, okay? You are not a get-rich-quick scheme. Oftentimes, I see people hating on social media marketing and thinking that it's a get-rich-quick scheme, when in reality, you're not. You're literally a service-based business. Now, service businesses have been around for literally hundreds of years. If we take a look at the example of a law firm, when someone has legal issues they're facing, they pay for the services of a lawyer from a law firm. This law firm offers them the service of legal, right? So this is a service-based business. And the example of a construction company, when someone needs help building a house, they get a contractor from a construction company. And these contractors, they offer them the service of constructing their house or whatever it is that they want constructing. And as you can imagine, very much with a marketing agency, when someone needs help with their marketing, they go to a marketing agency. So again, with an SMMA, you are literally a service-based business, just like a construction company or a law firm, or literally the hundreds of other businesses out there. And again, these businesses have been around for hundreds of years. But you see, the difference is that different services get compensated differently. So if you look at this graph, between a cleaner, an accountant, a web development team, and marketing, marketers get paid much more on average. Okay, and now the question is, well, why do accountants and web teams and most other employees get paid less on average than those doing marketing? All right, why do all these other services get paid less than us? And really, the only answer to that is value. You see, business owners assess the value that you can bring them, and if you can help them get more customers and leads, you're literally solving one of their biggest problems. Okay. Now, Business Insider did a case study on why businesses fail, okay? And this is a study on basically why small businesses in the U.S. fail. You see, 19% of small businesses fail because they are outcompeted, 23% fail because they don't have the right team, 29% fail because they run out of cash, and 42% fail because they don't have a need or a product market fit. And lastly, 82% fail because they experience cash flow problems. Okay. Now, as a marketer, we can't help the 23% that don't have the right team, and we technically can't help, the 42% that don't have product market fit. Okay. But as social media marketing agency owners, we can help the 19% that get out competed, the 29% that run out of cash flow, as well as the 82% that experience cash flow problems. So how do we help these 3? Okay, we can help the 19% because due to the marketing and new customers plus more sales, this allows them to not get out competed compared to other businesses that are not doing that very thing, which in this case is marketing. So we can help the 19% because if we are doing their marketing, they're going to be able to outcompete everyone else in their niche or in their industry that is not doing marketing. Now, we can help the 29% that ran out of cash flow problem. And the way we can help them do that is because from our marketing efforts, clients will always have a positive cash flow. And that's assuming that we can generate them more than we are spending on ads, as well as how much they're paying us. So, for example, one of our clients, if we generate them $100,000 in 1 month and they pay us $2,500 plus 10% of revenue, that's going to come out to $12,500, and we generated them $100,000. Well, guess what? They're not going to run out of cash, because assuming that we can do this for them consistently, they are not going to experience that cash flow problem. So we can help this 29%. And lastly, we can help the 82% that experience cash flow problems, because with a positive ROI plus a predictable scaling system, this means that you are not going to have cash flow problems. Okay, so we can help, as you can see, the 19%, the 29%, as well as the 82%. Okay, so you see, the problem is that businesses want more leads and customers, okay, because this means that they're going to make more profits. And honestly, as a business owner myself, and you probably, as a business owner, you probably know other business owners, this is going to be the biggest problem, right, for any business owner. It's the one thing that keeps them at night. So this is the problem, okay? They want more customers and leads, because more customers and leads means more profit. Okay, and they can actually keep their business running. So what is the solution? Well, the solution is you. You see, you are the solution. They need me and you, us marketing agencies. If you can convey the value to them clearly enough and show them that this is the only path to getting the desired outcome, and show them why it's a no-brainer, then they're all yours. And that's exactly what we're going to teach you, in this video, or any material that I share, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's on Instagram. This is essentially the end goal. Okay, we know the problem, that they want more customers and leads, and we know we're the solution. So now all we have to do is articulate that to them and make it a no-brainer that we are the solution to their problem. Now the question becomes, okay, MJ, well, this sounds great, but why don't they just hire a full-time employee for the same price that they would hire me, okay? Or same price that they would hire you or any other agency? You see, this is a really great question. This is something that I had a question when I was starting out myself, prior to my SEO agency and even my paid ads agency. And you see, the reason is I'll go ahead and actually illustrate it to you here. So you have the employee on the left side and you have the agency on the right side. And I'm going to go ahead and show you why business owners would rather hire an agency versus an employee. So if we take a look at the employee on average is anywhere between $3,000 to $5,000 a month, monthly salary, depending on where this business is, in the world, whether it's, in a first world country or a second world country. On average, it's going to be anywhere between $3,000 to $5,000 a month, monthly salary. Okay. Now, technically, it's going to be anywhere between $4,000 to $7,000 a month after payroll, taxes, insurance, etc. Okay. So right away, any business is going to pay anywhere between $4,000 to $7,000 a month on average for a salary, as well as everything that comes with having an employee. And the next thing is that with an employee, they're actually difficult to fire. Okay, so I don't know where you are in the world watching this video, but here in the United States, if you lose your job, if you get fired from your job, you can actually file for unemployment. And essentially, the way that works, or I believe the way it works, is that if you file for unemployment, that business is still subject to actually pay you. Obviously, it's not going to be the full salary, but they're still going to go ahead and pay you if they fire you. Now, furthermore, there's things that are like unions, right, where it's actually hard to fire an employee. You have to give them a 30-day notice, and they have to go through all of these different processes to actually fire an employee. So you see, an employee is actually more difficult to fire for a business. And lastly, for the money, you just get one person. Okay, so if a business is hiring an individual, if they're going to pay them anywhere between $4,000 to $7,000, they're probably going to hire someone that does, let's say, Facebook ads or Google ads, or is experienced in one thing. Okay, so for that money, they're just going to get one person. Okay, now let's take a look at the agency. So anywhere on average, an employee will pay an agency, a business will pay an agency anywhere between $1,000 to $10,000 a month with no hidden costs. So the way our pricing works is that we charge $2,500 to $3,500 a month, and then we charge 10% of revenue. So at the end of the month, the client, right, is going to know exactly how much they're going to pay us, anywhere between $2,500 to $10,000. The reason I have it $1,000 here is because I'm trying to give you a general idea. But again, we have some clients that pay us $15,000 or $20,000 a month. The point is that they know exactly how much they're going to go ahead and pay you. Okay, and this is an example. It'll be anywhere between $1,000 to $10,000 a month with no hidden fees. Now, the second thing with an agency is that they can end the contract with a 30-day notice. So the way we work with our clients is we're like, hey, you can quit anytime. The only thing you have to do is give us a 30-day notice in advance. And to be honest, I've had a couple of clients that have left in the past for whatever reason, and I didn't even tell them they need to wait that 30-day. They wanted to stop working with us for, whatever reason, and I was like, okay, great. I was able to terminate the contract, shake hands, and we all go our own way. Obviously not shake hands because this is all done over Zoom, but you get the point. They just got to give you an update with a 30-day notice. For me, I let them go as soon as they decide to go. So unlike the employee, an agency is so much easier to let go. And the third thing is for the money, they get 1 to 5 experts. So for the same money that a business owner is going to pay an employee, if they hire an agency, for the most part, they're going to get anywhere between 1 to 5 experts. So for example, if a business owner hires me to run ads or to scale their business, not only are they getting someone like myself who has experience in all verticals, whether that's media buying, creative, analytics, all that stuff, but they're actually getting access to my lead media buyer, okay? And they're getting access to our creative team. They're getting access to our email marketer. So for the same price that they would pay that one employee, they're getting access to everybody at the agency, all the different talents. So anywhere between 1 to 5 experts, depending on how big that agency that they're hiring. And lastly, with an agency, it's away from site and handled. And I can tell you guys, as a business owner, I love the fact that, I love when things run smooth. Any business owner will tell you the fact that they have to, micromanage a bunch of employees, it's something that's not fun at all, okay? Regardless of what anyone says. Some people want to have a big office, but even if you have a big office, you don't want to micromanage these people. And what you get with an agency is that everything is away from site and handled. We basically meet with our clients once a week. We send them a LOOM recording as well as email update and Slack update. So basically, they're going to know what's going on without having to sit there breathing over someone's shoulder and micromanaging them. So hope you guys see, okay, why a business owner would hire an agency rather than an employee. Now, I'm sure there's many other reasons, but see, these are the main reasons that I listed here to give you a visual representation, okay? If you are ever thinking, why would they hire me? They can just hire an employee. They're going to hire an agency for these reasons that I went ahead and listed. Now let's talk about the different approaches to an agency structure, okay? And this is really important, guys, because when you are running an agency, there's many different structures that you can go ahead and build, okay? And we're going to go over that right now. So you see here, there's 4 different approaches, and the first one is on the left, the glorified contractor. We have the ego agency, we have the Gary V agency, and then we have the LMRD agency, which is lean, mean, revenue-driven agency. And again, I got most of the information you guys see here from a mentor of mine who, was able to articulate this to us. So I found this really helpful, and I think you guys will find it helpful because as you see, once you start with your agency and once you actually start scaling, you're going to want to know that not to fall into 3 of these different categories, okay? So let's start and look at the glorified contractor. So with a glorified contractor, this might be an option when you're starting out. Okay, so when you're starting out, this might be your option, and you're going to deliver all the services yourself. Okay, for here, you're basically splitting your focus between prospecting, delivering results, and building SOPs. Now, if you're watching this video and you don't hire a media buyer right away, you're going to be doing all this yourself. So technically, you're a glorified contractor as opposed to an agency. The day that you become an agency is technically when you take yourself out of the business and focus more on SOPs rather than actually delivering the results. Now, if you join our paid program, our done-for-you social media marketing agency blueprint, we actually go ahead and install in your business a media buyer, we install in your business a creative team, we install in your business appointment setters. That way, you are only going to be focused on sales and then building SOPs, okay? But regardless if you join our paid program or not, I'm going to go ahead and give you as much value in this video as possible. So this right here is a glorified contractor, okay? It's someone that is basically a contractor. That's what you are, because you're delivering all the services yourself. And if you were to do anything, it would be the LMRD agency. That's essentially the end goal is what you want to get to. But when you're starting out, maybe you don't have the funds to join a program or to hire someone and you want to do this all yourself. It's okay. So be it. You can go ahead and start as a glorified contractor. Just know that, again, you're splitting your focus between all these different things that you need to go ahead and deliver to the client. Now let's take a look at the next one, which is the ego agency. And to be honest, this is how most agencies operate. Okay, these are the type of agencies that have a fancy office, they have lots of employees, they look successful, but regardless of how much their MRR, monthly recurring revenue, their margins are anywhere between 5 to 15% because they're spending all of their money on, again, the office, the employees, and everything else that comes with that. You don't want to be the ego agency, okay? Put your ego at the side, you guys. I mean, I try personally not to share too much, about my life. You know, recently I'm trying to do that to actually build my personal brand. But you can simply go on Instagram and you'll see people flaunting their cars and their watches and all that. But if you actually look at their bottom line, they're not able to save any money, okay? They're really just, in it because of ego. That's what it is. They want to look successful. But when you break down their numbers, all that money is going on things that you technically don't need, okay? Now, the next thing is the Gary Vee agency. And essentially here, this is an agency structure or agency approach that has 20 plus employees. They offer 10 plus different services. They work with any client that comes their way and essentially bring zero results. So similar to the ego agency in terms of having horrible margins, this business has horrible margins because, again, 20 plus employees, multiple services, working with any client, and essentially not delivering results at the end of the day because they're scattered everywhere when it comes to actually delivering results for their clients. This organization is usually confused and no one knows what's going on. I actually know a brand owner who used to work for Gary Vee. They used to be a client of the Gary Vee VaynerMedia, and they ended up going to the agency of one of my friends, and they said that at VaynerMedia they had horrible results. Okay, and the reason that is because once you're a company that big, okay, I think Gary has like 300 plus employees. Once you're a company that big, if you don't have a really tight knit process of doing things, and if you're not, focused on specific clients or focused on specific results, specific services, it's so easy to be confused, right? Be confused within your organization and not know what you're doing. So this is the Gary Vee agency. Okay, now if you're watching this video and you're at the point where you get to the point where it's a Gary Vee agency, that's great because it means that you've been successful. But just know that these are the different models out there, okay? These are the different approaches to your agency. Now, out of all of these four, or out of all these three that I've showed you so far, the fourth one is the one that you essentially want to shoot for, okay? And this is the LMRD agency, which is short for Lean, Mean, Revenue-Driven Agency. This is the agency that, quite frankly, I run and a lot of my friends that are successful run, okay? And with this agency, again, this is the agency that I run and most successful SMA owners. We have high profit margins, okay? My most profitable month has actually been $115,000 in revenue, and that was around November of 2022, and I was able to take home $90,000 before taxes. Okay, so that is amazing, you guys. Like, imagine those margins. Because after paying my media buyer and my VA and, a few people that are doing creatives for us, I was able to take home $90,000 before taxes, okay, from $115,000 in revenue. That's what you want to be at. You want to have high profit margins. The reason I was able to do that is because I didn't have a fancy office, okay? I wasn't buying cars. I wasn't buying any of these dumb things that you see these people buy, like people that have an ego agency. Literally at the time that I made that $115,000 in the month of November 2022, I was in Egypt, okay? I was in Egypt. I was living in a Airbnb that costed me $850. Huge Airbnb, okay, because for $850 you can get something really nice in Egypt. So I had a really nice, huge Airbnb for $850. The only thing that I spent money on was, again, my media buyer, who got paid really great actually for the revenue that he generated us. He got paid, it was exactly $10,485, which is amazing for someone living in India. And then paying the other people that I have. And again, after all that, I'm able to take home $90,000 before taxes. Okay, now, last thing with the LMRD agency is that 7 clients on retainer plus performance marketer, 1 graphic designer, and I worked only 4 to 6 hours a week. So this is exactly how I was able to achieve that, okay? I literally had 7 clients that were on retainer. Okay, actually, I think it was around 6 at the time. I had, so retainer, meaning that we charge $2,500 plus a percentage of revenue. I had 1 media buyer, AJ. Okay, I had 1 graphic designer, and I only worked 5 to 6 hours a week. Okay, and this work was on client-related tasks. So these tasks consisted of making sure that the graphic team, the graphic designer at the time, is correlating with the media buyer AJ and making sure that we're getting the right creatives, making sure that we're communicating with the client for these approvals. So literally the 5 to 6 hours a week that I was working was on client tasks. I was able to take home $90,000 before taxes, working only 5-6 hours. And that's the power of having a lean, mean, revenue-driven agency. Because, unlike the ego agency or the Gary Vee agency, not only are you spending, your money and lowering your margins, but you're also having to deal with many other things. So imagine if I had an office here, okay? Like imagine the fact that I would drive to the office and back. Imagine the time that I would spend unproductive at the office. I would probably have to be there, the whole day, okay? And half of that time I probably wouldn't be working. Instead, I was only working 5-6 hours, able to enjoy my time in Egypt and live the life that I want. So this is essentially the end goal that you guys want to do. You guys want to achieve is LMRD, Lean, Mean, Revenue-Driven Agency. And these are the 4 different approaches that you can go when structuring your agency. Now I want to go ahead and talk about crunching the numbers because, I just gave you an example of, how much I made in the best month, November 2022. But I want to go ahead and crunch the numbers to really show you how much money you can make with this business, okay? So let's say the math is 6 figures. How much do we have to make to have a 6-figure agency, which in this case would be $100,000 a year? So if we go ahead and do the math, to make $100,000 in 1 year, there's 12 months in a year. So you would have to technically make $8,333 a month. And again, some months are going to be higher, some months are going to be lower, but you have to make $8,333 a month for the next 12 months in order for you to have a 6-figure agency. Now, the average retainer that you should charge is about $2,000. Again, we charge $2,500 all the way to $3,500. When I started out, obviously, I wasn't charging this price, but an average retainer is about $2,000. Now, the average retention for a client is anywhere about 5 months if you're just starting out. I've had clients that only stayed for 3 months. I've had clients that I think the client that my second client has been with me ever since I started my agency. So you could literally have a client on for 2+ years. But let's say on average, you keep a client for 5 months. And let's go ahead and do the math. So the average LTV of a client, if they stay with you on average 5 months, plus they pay you $2,000 a month, that equals $10,000, okay? Now keep in mind, we're not even counting the percentage of revenue that you should be charging. We're just counting the monthly retainer. So again, $2,000 monthly times 5 clients equals $10,000. So that's 5 clients. 5 clients will equal $10,000. So what this essentially means is that in 365 days, you technically just need to sign 10 clients to make a predictable $100,000. And the reason I say 10 here is because we did the math on them staying with you for about 5 months. So technically, you only need 10 clients, okay, in the next 365 days to make a predictable $100,000. Now, keep in mind, these numbers might be higher, these numbers might be lower. Again, my best client paid me in 1 month $45,000, okay? So clearly you can get people to pay you a lot, depending on the results you generate them. And then some months you might only make, $3,000 or $5,000 from that client. But I wanted to go ahead and break this down just to give you a general idea as to how many clients you have to work with to make a predictable $100,000. Guys, I made this $100,000 that I'm telling you 365 days. I made that in 1 month in November, okay? So I hope this gives you a general idea as to the possibility, right, or what you can make with this business. When you're starting out, it's going to be obviously a little bit lower, but as you get better at what you do, you're going to go ahead and make more money. Now, the last thing is I want to go ahead and give you an action step, okay? So the action step after you finish watching this video is you're going to go ahead and create a Google Drive folder, and you're going to title it SMMA Blueprint Course, okay? And any action steps that I give you, you're going to go ahead and upload it into this document. For this video in particular, what I want you to do is answer the following questions. I want you to go ahead and write a 2-paragraph, okay, on what does your dream agency look like? Just like the examples that I gave you, the different agency structures, what do you want it to look like, okay? How much money do you want it to make? Just put a number out there, Say I want to make $100,000, in the next 365 days. Okay, maybe it might be $50,000. Maybe it might be $120,000. Put something in writing as to how much you want to make. You also want to go ahead and write what services do you want to offer, okay, and what kind of clients you want to work with. And the last thing is, where in the world are you building your agency from? So for me personally, I built my agency in 3 years to $2.5 million in revenue while I was living in Egypt. So if you have a dream of, once I start making $10,000, I'm going to move to Bali and build my agency there, write that down, or it might be Turkey or whatever you want to go, okay? Because with this business, you can do it from anywhere in the world as long as you have a laptop and internet access. So go ahead and write these things down, because what this will do is it'll help you visualize the process. And obviously, as you go through this course and as you go through your journey, you can go ahead and adjust, okay? So you'll see the stuff that you write down here. Maybe you're going to write down you want to offer Google ads to, let's say, realtors. And after you go through, these sets of videos in this free course, you're going to realize that this is not the best service to offer and this is not the best niche to go after. Totally fine, man. Just go ahead and update it, okay? Or maybe you might actually go with this, but then down the road, once you start your agency, you're going to go ahead and pivot. The reason I want you to do this, guys, is because I just want you to put something in writing. That way you are able to visualize the process. And again, once you go through this free course and these sets of videos, and once you go through your journey, things are going to be different. Hopefully it'll be even more better in terms of how much you'll make and the results you're going to get your clients. But you want to go ahead and take the first action step and actually write this down. That way you can go ahead and visualize it. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes this video. I will see you in the next training.
So if you're watching this video, there's a good chance that you're just starting out on your marketing journey, and finding the right niche could feel overwhelming when you're just starting out. The reality is, what works for one person may not necessarily work for someone else. However, there are effective strategies to help you find the niche that works best for you and help you avoid decision overload. And in this video, I'm gonna go ahead and do just that. I'll help you consider different factors such as your passion, your expertise, market demand, as well as potential profitability. That way you can go ahead and narrow down your choices and make an informed decision. This is the same strategy that I use to help find my niche at the agency, which has generated our clients close to $20 million in revenue. With that being said, let's get into the training.
So by the time you finish watching this video, you are going to have a step-by-step framework on exactly how to go ahead and find the niche that will work best for you. And just for context, this sheet, as well as the niche research sheet, which is going to be a bunch of questions you're going to answer about your niche, are going to go ahead and be linked down below. One other thing is that in a later module in this free training, you are going to have access to this document that I have put together, which basically shows you a total of 85 different local businesses that you can go ahead and go after in the home, in the health, legal, real estate, automotive, as well as miscellaneous industry. So you'll have access to this document in the training where we show you exactly how to find local businesses. But to go back to this training, we'll go ahead and dive right into it. Now, before we actually go ahead and get into the strategy on how to best go and find your niche, I want to go ahead and preface this video with a couple of points. And the first one is that the most valuable client to your agency is not necessarily the client that will pay you the most per month. Rather, it is the client that stays with you the longest and pays you the most over time. So this is really important, okay? The client that is most valuable to you is the one that's going to stay with you the longest and pays you the most over time. You guys are going to know down the road in your agency journey, you might have to actually offer a discount for the clients that you're working with to keep them with you longer. Case in point is a client of mine. Our best month, we generated them $450,000, and we typically charge a small monthly fee of $2,500 plus 10% of revenue, which in that case came out to $45,000. So they're like, hey man, we're paying you almost 50 grand this month. So we want to go ahead and see if we can renegotiate this percentage. So what I went ahead and I did is I lowered the 10% to 7.5%. Okay. And if I didn't do that, there's a good chance that they would have left. So again, the point is that the most important client to you is the one that stays with you the longest and pays you the most over time, rather than the person that pays you the most just that 1 month. The second point I want to make is that when you're picking a niche to get started, you always want to go ahead and consider the competitive advantage or knowledge that you have over other agency owners For example, real estate can be the best niche for one person and the worst for the next. The same is true in any niche. So this is really important. If you can take 1 or 2 points away from this video, let it be this, which is that you need to find your competitive advantage or the knowledge that you have over other agency owners. Why do I say this? Well, I say this because 99% of the time, the business that you are pitching is already being pitched by other business owners. And what you need to do is you need to go ahead and stand out in a world where these business owners are being pitched every day. I'll give you guys the perfect example of how I use my own advice and found my competitive advantage that allowed me to win clients over other agency owners that were pitching them. So, for example, when I was starting with my agency, I went after e-commerce and more specifically the fashion and apparel niche. Now, instead of just pitching any fashion and apparel brand, what I went ahead and did is I pitched Muslim/Arab brands. And the reason I did that is because I myself am a Muslim and I'm an Arab. So when I was pitching these business owners, I automatically built rapport with them. I built rapport with them because we speak the same language, we have the same beliefs, and we have the same values and standards. So when myself, being an Arab and a Muslim, is pitching this business owner versus, let's say, John Smith, who lives in Virginia, is pitching the same business owner, I automatically had a more competitive advantage over Mr. John Smith, because the fact is that I built rapport with them because I speak the same language, we have the same beliefs, and we have the same values and standards. So this allowed me to go ahead and stand out. And more importantly, one of the reasons that allowed me to stand out is because the end consumer of these Muslim/Arab brands are also Arab and Muslim. So me being an Arab and a Muslim, I can communicate to the prospects that I'm pitching that I know your end consumer because I use the same exact products, I wear the same exact clothing, and we have the same exact beliefs. So this allowed me to stand out, right? This was my competitive advantage and the knowledge that I had over other agency owners. You need to find what is your competitive advantage, whether that be the beliefs that you have or I'll give you another example. Let's say you love skiing and you love snowboarding and you love skating, right? And the niche that you're going to go after, you're considering, it might be a niche that sells these products. Well, guess what? That's great because that's going to give you a competitive advantage because you already are familiar with the products that they use because that is literally your hobby. That is what you love doing. So whatever the competitive advantage that you have over other agency owners, you need to go make sure you go ahead and find that because that right there is going to help you stand out in a world where 99% of the time, the business owner that you're pitching is also being pitched by other agency owners. And the last thing I want to mention to preface this video is that I suggest you test different niches to get started with unless you already made your mind about a specific niche to figure out where you enjoy working and growing your skills. No one likes building an agency around a niche that they don't enjoy at all. Now, with this advice, you need to take it with a grain of salt. Just because you are not passionate about a niche that you know is a really good niche to get into does not mean that you shouldn't go in after it, okay? What I'm saying here is just that it's a plus. If you enjoy the niche, it's a plus. So giving you the example of, the skateboarding and skiing niche, for example, if you're already into that stuff and you find a niche and it's a good niche and you get into it, that's great. If not, it's completely fine because at the end of the day, for me personally, if I was to go after any niche, the reason I go after that niche is because I know that I can make the money, which in return can make me money. And at the end of the day, that's what motivates me, being able to get my clients good results and making a bunch of money doing so. So this right here, this advice, take it with a grain of salt. Okay, it's great if you can find a niche that you're actually passionate about, but if you're not passionate about a niche, but you know it's a good niche to get into, does not mean that you shouldn't go after it. Still go after it. But again, it would be a plus if you find a niche that you're passionate about, because you guys will see down the road when it's late at night and you're recording these videos to pitch these clients, it's going to get lonely. And if you are not motivated by something, then it's going to be very easy for you to quit. For me personally, I'm motivated by the fact that I can generate my clients' results and make a ton of money to take care of my family and the people that I care about. Now, lastly, before we get into the meat of this video, At the end of this video, you are going to have homework, okay? What that homework is, I want you to spend all of tomorrow researching the niche that you choose after going through this framework. And then you're going to go ahead and fill out the questions at the end of the sheet, which is this sheet right here. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to go ahead and write down all of your findings in a different tab or in your notes section, so that way you can compile these questions or these answers and then upload them to this questionnaire, which once you finish filling it out will give you an idea if that niche is worth going into or not. So that is your homework for today. Now, if you are just starting out, if you're someone that is just starting out, you've never ran ads before, or this is your first time starting your agency, what I would recommend is if you are starting out with an agency, your best advantage would be to work with local businesses as opposed to e-commerce businesses. Now, why is that? Why do I recommend you go after local as opposed to e-commerce when I got started, I went after e-commerce as opposed to local? Well, there's two reasons, okay? The first reason is that e-commerce businesses get pitched every single day by other agencies like mine that actually have a case study or that have a proven track record or that have generated millions of dollars. And if an established agency pitches that same business that you're pitching, there's a good chance that you are going to get ignored. So you're just starting out. You don't have no meat in the game. You haven't got your hands dirty. You haven't generated results, and you don't have no case studies, a proven track record. And if I'm pitching the same business, there's a good chance they're going to go with me versus go with you if you don't yet have anything established yet. So that is the first reason why I recommend you go with local as opposed to e-com, because honest to God, you guys, e-commerce businesses are getting pitched every day. I see this with my own clients. We have access to their Facebook and Instagram, and every single day there's messages from other agency owners that are pitching them their services. Even friends of mine, okay, I know I have friends of mine, at least two of my friends that own agencies have pitched my clients. Now, they pitch them without knowing that they are my clients, but I'm just showing you that business owners, e-commerce, are getting pitched every single day. So if you are not yet established, it's going to be hard for you to go ahead and get them as a client as opposed to someone who's well established. Now, you can, don't get me wrong, you can close a client. It's just going to be much harder for you to go and close a client that's in e-commerce versus someone that it's local. So that's the first point, why. The second point is that you are going to have an advantage over other agencies when pitching businesses within your jurisdiction. One, because they're not getting pitched as much as other businesses like e-com or information product. And two is because you'll be able to build rapport working with someone whose business is 5 or 50 miles away as opposed to someone who lives across the country. So for example, I live in Boise, Idaho, and right across the street there's a med spa, okay? So you can imagine if I'm going after med spas and I shoot, this business owner an email, or I call them and I say, hey, Mr. Business Owner, I live right across the street from you. I see that you have a med spa. I want to see if you have 5 to 15 minutes to talk about how I can generate you an extra 5 clients per day. Imagine that. That is automatic rapport building versus someone who lives all the way across the country in, let's say, New York. Okay? So again, the 2 points here is that, one, business owners that are local are being pitched 90% of the time less than e-commerce businesses or any business that is online. But two, regardless of where you are, you're going to be able to build rapport pitching businesses within your jurisdiction. So that is the why as to why I recommend you go with local versus businesses that are online like e-commerce and information product. Now, what is the verdict? Well, the verdict is start with local until you have generated some results, gathered some testimonials, gained some experience, got your hands dirty, and then transition into e-com or anything else that you desire to do at that point. So what I'm saying here is you don't have to stick with local. If you start with local, you don't have to stick with local. You might be someone that is like, I love information product and I love e-com and I want to go after these businesses. Well, great. Start with some local businesses, get them some results, gather some testimonials, gain some experience, and then transition into e-com and information product. And now you're probably thinking, well, when I pitch them, it's going to be a totally different business, Well, guess what? It's going to be better than going in and not having results, because you can tell them, hey, Mr. Business Owner, I know that, I have some results that I've generated for, let's say, med spas. Again, I'm using med spa as an example throughout this video, so does not mean you should go after med spa, but I am using it as an example. You'll be able to tell them, I've generated, these 5 clients X amount of money, generated them X amount of clients, and these were the results that we were able to generate them. Now, I know we can do the same for your business, and although this is a local business that is a med spa, and you're an e-commerce brand that is selling clothing, two different businesses, but at the end of the day, the goal is the same. The marketing is the same. The only difference is the end consumer and the product and service that we're offering. So this right here is going to be a bigger advantage for you when you're pitching these businesses as opposed to someone who has not generated any results possible. Okay. On top of that, guys, what is going to be great is you're going to be less awkward when you're pitching these businesses, because after working with a few local businesses, you're going to gain some expertise, you're going to have some confidence, and when you're pitching these e-com and information product businesses, you are going to be well seasoned and well oiled, if you will, to actually go ahead and communicate with them properly. So that is the recommendation and the why and the verdict as to why you should go after local. Now we're going to really get into the fun stuff, which is the 3-step process on exactly how you're going to go ahead and find the perfect niche. Now, step number one is understanding the business model. And here, what you're going to do is you're going to understand the fundamentals of a niche. You don't know how many people I come across who decide to go after a specific niche, but they don't even understand the fundamentals of that niche, okay? It's really important that you do so. So before you can actually get clients in a niche or get them results, you need to understand the core of the business model. For this, what I recommend is that you watch some videos online about the business itself. YouTube and Google is a good place to start. You can search things such as, quote, how to open a med spa, or how to become a realtor, or how much do realtors make, or how to open a restaurant, or how to become a chiropractor. Okay, you want to go ahead and search these terms online. That way you can go ahead and understand exactly the fundamentals of the business. And I do apologize, guys. I'm in literally the heart of Boise, Idaho. There's a bunch of drunk people and a bunch of cars, so I do apologize for the noise in advance. But nonetheless, you want to also go ahead and dig deeper. Okay, you want to go ahead and find forums where these business owners in your niche tend to hang out and talk about the pain points that they are facing when running their business. What does a regular day for them look like? And look for other small details. So this is really important, guys. Like, this one piece of advice is so valuable. There's basically groups online on Facebook. There's forums. There's on Quora and Reddit. And essentially, regardless of what niche you're going after, there's all of these business owners that are in these groups that are communicating with one another, helping one another out, talking about their pain points, talking about their wins. And what you need to do, depending on the niche that you go after, is you want to go ahead and find these groups and, infiltrate them. In other words, be in these groups and see, what are they talking about? What are their pain points? One, not only do you have a supply to thousands of business owners, right, within these the niche that you're in, but two, you're going to be able to see exactly what they're talking about on a day-to-day basis. For example, if you're doing e-com, there's a Facebook group that has over 250,000 e-commerce owners that are making less than 7 figures. And on this page, they literally talk about, how they can generate more sales, what's working for them, different marketing tactics. So you can imagine, let's say you're someone that's, going into e-com. Imagine you are in this group, and you're seeing what these people are talking about. Not only will it help you articulate yourself better when actually pitching them, but what it's also going to do is give you a pool of literally 250,000 potential prospects that you can go ahead and pitch. So this is step number one. You want to go ahead and understand the fundamentals of the business by doing some research on YouTube, on Google, but also diving deeper and figuring out where these business owners within your niche hang out and infiltrating these groups, getting some ideas as to what is their pain points, and essentially, having a pool of business owners that you can go ahead and reach out to. Now, step number 2 is understanding the numbers. And over here, what we want to do is basically set some benchmarks. So the next thing you want to do is get some benchmarks on how much your average client makes in revenue. What is their average profit margins? What is their average monthly expenses, etc. Again, Google and YouTube is a good place for this. You can look up things such as, again, if we're going to use the med spa example, how much does the average med spa make a year? What is the average profit of a med spa? How much employees does the average med spa have? Or what sort of expensive does a med spa have? So again, whatever your niche is, you're going to go ahead and use this question and then just plug in your niche, whether it's med spa, chiropractors, realtors, whatever the case may be. Once again, you want to go ahead and write down all these answers and compile them. That way you can go ahead and upload them to the sheet. So that way, once you're done with it, you can make an informed decision as to, is this the best niche to get into? Now, you might be wondering, well, why, do I need to understand the numbers? Is that really important? And the answer is yes, it is really important, because It's important for a couple of reasons. Okay, the first one is that when you are pitching these prospects or when you're on a sales call with them, the fact that you're going to have an average, the fact that you're going to have a general idea as to what their numbers are is going to be great. Now, some businesses obviously is going to be more, some is going to be less, but you need to have a ballpark. For example, if you ask me how much does a chiropractor make a year, I have no clue, man. I don't know if it's $250,000. I don't know if it's $2 million. So you can imagine if I'm going after this niche, I should know what that number is, or at least a general idea. So that is the first reason. The second reason is really the most important reason, which is you're going to realize that you might want to go after, for example, restaurants. And when you're going after restaurants, after doing this research as to what are their numbers, you're going to realize that restaurant businesses don't make a lot of money. And if I go pitch them and ask them for $2,000 or $3,000 a month, they can't make sense of that because the margins that they have is very little. So let's say, you're going to ask yourself, well, if the average plate at a restaurant is $20 to $30 and I get them an extra 70 clients a month, that's not a lot of money, right? For them to actually pay me and then pay for ad spend. So this right here is going to help you do your due diligence when choosing your niche because, again, it'll, one, help you understand their numbers, but two, it'll help you avoid going into a niche that is not worth it, which I recommend you actually go into a niche that has a higher service or higher ticket product. That way they can make sense of paying you whatever you're asking for per month plus spending money on ads. So that is step number 2, is you're going to go ahead and set some benchmarks. That way you can understand the numbers of your niche. And step number 3 is going to be marketing specific tactics. Over here, what we want to do is we want to understand the niche results and the service delivery. So now it's time for you to learn more about marketing specific tactics for your niche. You would have already picked your service offering earlier in this process. That means you need to find marketing specific tactics related to, let's say, Facebook ads, Google ads, content marketing, SEO, email marketing, whatever the service that you're offering. So by this point, you should already know what service you're offering. So let's say we're offering Facebook ads. And after going through this video and filling out the sheet, we realize that we're going to go after med spas. Great. Now we know that we are going to offer Facebook ads to med spas. So your next step is to actually go to YouTube or Google. YouTube is actually a great place for this. And you're going to go ahead and search things such as how to get results for med spa with Facebook ads, or med spa marketing case study, or a med spa Facebook ads case study. So regardless of what your service is, the service that you're offering, and what your niche is, you're going to go ahead and search that. You're going to plug it in here and search that on YouTube. You also want to look for what sorts of offers did they run that converted well, what sort of pictures and videos worked well for them, as well as the text, and essentially their overall marketing strategy. Now, this is really important, guys. If you are in our paid program, not only are we installing in your business any delivery service that you need. So for example, if you need a media buyer, we're going to hire a trained media buyer and install them in your agency. Or if it's someone that's doing SEO or email marketing, whatever the case may be. So this is not going to be an issue for you. But if you're watching this video, and you don't purchase the program, I still want to go ahead and give you as much value as possible. So what you want to do here is you want to go ahead and do this research because it will give you insights as to how to deliver results for them. So if you've never ran ads before, this is a perfect example. You want to search on how to actually generate this niche results. Again, med spa with Facebook ads for the example that we're using. But not only that, even if you have some experience with the service that you're offering, it's important to do this research, right, to see what results worked for them, because what this will do is it'll show you what's currently working. Okay, so for example, let's say, one of our clients, one of our few local clients that I ran ads for when I was living in Egypt was a dentist client. And what we essentially did was we offered free teeth cleaning for someone that comes in for an evaluation. So that worked great for us because 75% of the people that came in for free teeth cleaning ended up taking the evaluation and ended up purchasing a service that costed more. Okay, so chiropractors, it could be the same thing. You might offer a free massage. You might look up a video on YouTube and a chiropractor case study will tell you, we offered a free massage, and then the people that came in, we gave them an evaluation and they ended up purchasing, 5 sessions at $500 in total. Okay, so you want to look these things up. That way you realize, okay, this is something that we can test, and then you can go to your client and say, can we offer this for free, or can we offer this discount to get people into the door to then upsell them on a bigger thing? So this is step number 3. Regardless if you're joining our Done With You social media marketing agency blueprint, and we input these people that are going to deliver these services on your behalf, regardless if you join that or not. Again, I still want to provide you value if you don't, and the way I'm doing that is by telling you, do your research when it comes to service delivery, because even though you might be the best marketer, you want to see what is working for this specific niche, especially if it's a new niche that you have never got into. So step number 3 is marketing specific tactics, and over here we're trying to understand the niche results as well as the service delivery. And lastly, we have this niche research worksheet, which if you click this button right here, it'll actually open it for you in a new tab. And again, this niche research worksheet, by the time you get to this sheet, you should already have most of it, most of the answers. So what you'll do is you'll go ahead and delete these examples. Actually, you're going to make a file copy, and you're going to delete these example answers that I gave you, and you're going to go ahead and fill it out, okay? Once you finished filling it out, you're going to have a thorough understanding as to, is this niche actually worth going into? Okay. Now I gave you an example for each question just to show you like what the answers should look like. But nonetheless, you're going to go ahead and fill this out. And after you're done, you will be able to make an informed decision as to is this the right niche to get into. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I will see you in the next training. Hope you enjoyed this video. Make sure you watch it again if you need to, and make sure you go ahead and grab these 2 sheets, as well as this sheet, which is actually going to be available in a later training where we show you exactly how to get local e-commerce clients.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another video. In this video, we're going to go ahead and cover the 10 tools that I personally use at the agency. These tools range from helping you find clients, onboard clients, deliver A1 services, as well as streamline your agency. With that being said, let's go ahead and get into the training.
All right, so in this video, we're going to go ahead and cover the 9 tools that you are going to need when starting and scaling your agency. Now, as you progress in your agency, there's going to be other tools that you're going to go ahead and need. But basically, the idea of this was just to go ahead and provide you with the tools that you're going to need when you're going from 0 to about $30,000 a month. So we'll go ahead and get started. Now, this document acts as a hub for all the softwares that you're going to need to run your business, which will make your operating much more clean and simple. And all these softwares don't support your operating system. There's going to be a list of alternatives that are going to be available to you with a bit of research, but know that most of these work on all operating systems. So for the most part, depending on where you live in the world, all these tools are really going to be available to you, but maybe you might be using Windows and one of these tools is not available, or maybe you live in a part of the world where they don't offer these tools. Then obviously you can just do some research and find an alternative. So the first one is going to be Simple Invoice. Now keep in mind, guys, I added a link here which you can simply click and will take you directly to the site. So first, the first one, Simple Invoice, the purpose of this tool is to basically invoice clients. Okay, this is what you will use to actually go ahead and send an invoice to clients. Now this costs about $10 a month, and they do offer a 14-day free trial. So when should you use this? Well, you should use this when you're about to sign your first client. Sign up for the 14-day trial, and then from there you can go ahead and continue paying. One thing I do want to note is if you're using Stripe, or if Stripe is available in your country, then the invoice will manually be sent to the client, and that right there is suffice. So you won't need Simple Invoice in that matter. But I did just list it here because I know Stripe is not available in every part of the world. So if it is not available, go ahead and use Simple Invoice. But if it is, you can just go ahead and use Stripe, which not only will send a link to the client, but after they make the payment, it'll go ahead and give them an invoice. So this is Simple Invoice. The next one is Slack. So Slack is probably one of my favorite tools, to be honest with you. And the purpose here is that it's for client and team communication. This is actually, we make it mandatory for clients to communicate with us only via Slack. There's very rarely do we communicate with clients via email unless we're sending them something specific, obviously after we have onboarded them, but all communication is done within Slack and we make it a priority. Now the fee for Slack is free, but you're going to want to upgrade if you want to get a backlog of 6 months, or if you want to unlock other features such as Huddle, which basically replaces Zoom, and at that point it'll be $6 a month. So, we actually just downgraded to the free plan because we have, I think right now, about 40 people inside of our Slack, and you could imagine at $6, 40 people, it starts getting expensive. So honestly, the free plan is enough for you to do everything that you need. Now, you should go ahead and start using this free plan. It works perfectly, but once you have a handful of clients, you're going to want to go ahead and get the paid plan. This will allow you to bypass all the clients in the general chat, which will give you also a backlog of previous messages, also give you features, as we mentioned, such as huddles. So the one thing that Slack does that makes you have to upgrade is if anyone that is on your Slack channel, regardless if they are a team member or a client, they put you guys, they put them in a general chat. Okay, so in this general chat, like, you can make channels separately, separate channels for clients, separate channels for the creative team, for the media buying team, but you will have one channel for everyone, which everyone is in. I personally, don't mind that, but you could imagine if you don't want certain clients seeing someone else, and you want to turn off that general chat, then that's when you're going to want to go ahead and upgrade to the paid plan. Okay, and how do you use this software? Well, you want to go ahead and create a workspace. So you'll create a workspace. So in our case, we have a few workspaces. One of them is SF Analytica, which is the agency, and then the other one is for the coaching. And for the agency, to give you the example of the agency, we have separate channels. So we have a channel for each client, and then we also have channel for the media buying team. We have a channel for the creative team. We have a channel for reporting. We have a channel that's automated whenever we get an invoice, whenever we get a lead, so on and so forth. Okay, so just make sure that you invite the specific people to that specific channel. Okay, you don't, for example, you don't want to invite, let's say, your clients to another client's channel, or invite your creative team to the media buying team, whatever the case may be. You can actually set this up to where channels are private and you can add single members individually. Now, I actually opened up these tabs, and what I wanted to do is actually show you what these look like. So we'll actually do that. So this is Simple Invoice. Again, if you're not using Stripe for whatever reason, this is Simple Invoice. And as you can see here, they make it fairly easy, straightforward. You don't need necessarily a tutorial for this. It's pretty straightforward on how to sign up to this and actually how to use it. The next one is Slack, as we mentioned. So as you can see here, this is Slack. Really great communication. It allows you to upload files. Think of it as WhatsApp, but for business, and much better. Okay, so you see here we have all these different channels. Now, these channels are actually open because they're the hashtag. If they have a lock on them, then they'll tell you that they're locked. Okay, and this is what's cool. You can actually get on huddles. So this is pretty cool. I love this feature because sometimes I want to get on a quick 5-minute call and I don't want to send our team members a link Zoom and have them check their email and all that. So we can simply just turn on, toggle this button, and it'll allow us to go ahead and get on a video or a voice call with whomever that individual is. And we can also add other members to join the call. Yeah, and I mean, the Slack is used by most businesses. Okay, it's honestly one of the best platforms. So that is Simple Invoice and Slack. So let's move on to the next thing, which is going to be HelloSign. Now, HelloSign, we actually go in depth on how to use this exact software when we go over the video for the contract. Okay, so I actually recorded myself uploading the contract and showing you exactly how you would use this tool within that video. So please refer to that video to show you exactly how to use this. But basically, HelloSign, the purpose of this is to electronically sign contracts. Okay, and the fee is $15 a month. But what's cool is that for the first for every month you get 3 free contracts. So let's say you're signing only 2 clients a month, you're not going to need to upgrade to the $15 a month. You get 3 free contracts per month, meaning that if you're only signing 3 clients a month, you can use the software for free. But if you get a fourth client within the 30-day period, then you're going to need to go ahead and upgrade. So to be honest with you, I think I've only had to upgrade once because we don't sign no more than 3 clients per month. We only work with maximum 10 clients. I like to keep it around 5 to 7. So we've only upgraded one time where we actually signed 4 clients in 1 month. So yeah, this right here is going to be great for you. And I mean, aside to the fact that it's free for 3 contracts, I love HelloSign. I think it's literally the best electronic signature software just because it's so simple, okay? You guys will see in the contract video where I show you step by step how to use this tool. It is so simple and it's just so seamless. And how to use the software, again, refer to the video dedicated on how to use this software from A to Z. So this is what the website looks like. As you can see here, you're going to go ahead and input lines. So when you're putting together your contract, which we provide you with, you're going to go ahead and obviously tailor it to your service offering, your pricing, add your name, your client's name, and then you're just going to have these bars where it says name, title, and date. And again, you can just drag and drop, these pre-built boxes in here. And when the client gets it, they're going to get a link via email, and they can simply just go ahead and click on the box, and then it'll automatically sign it. If they click on the date, it'll automatically input the date. Really great software, and it is owned by Dropbox. Now, next tool is going to be LOOM. Now, LOOM, oh my God, I love LOOM, you guys. That's actually what I'm recording this video with. Okay, so LOOM is a screen recording software. Okay, now LOOM is free for, I believe, the first 50 videos, and I believe with these 50 videos, there's a maximum of maybe 10 minutes if I'm not mistaken. It's been a long time since I've used the free plan. I've upgraded. It's so well worth it. So that is the price. It's about $10 a month. I highly recommend you upgrade once you need to. Now, when do you want to use this? Once you've recorded 100 videos and you want a backlog of all of them stored, LOOM Pro allows you to do that, and it also allows you to record in 4K in HD with the Pro plan. It also stores more than 100 videos, which are all you get with the basic plan. So with the basic plan, I believe it's only 100 videos that you're able to keep in the backlog, and then after 100 videos you're going to want to go ahead and upgrade. Now, how to use the software: you're going to go ahead and download the Chrome extension, choose the tab window you want to share, and then hit record. So if you guys see here on my screen on the top right hand corner, all I got to do when I'm recording is I click this, and it'll tell me which screen do you want to record. Like, do you want to record all of these, or do you want to just record this tab? And I actually have more tabs behind all of these tabs, and so it'll tell you like which tab do you want to record, because sometimes you might not want to share specific windows. So that's how the software works, and I'll just kind of give you guys a glimpse. This is actually just one of my LOOM. I have 2 accounts, so as you can see here, 775 videos. Okay, these, like, I use LOOM for everything. Okay, I even use it to send like family update, because what's cool is, if you guys see here, you can actually go like this, right? So you can maximize this. You can actually go like this to where it's full picture. So I've used LOOM literally for the craziest things, not just for business. But that's what's cool about LOOM. Okay, and as you guys will see when we do the outreach videos, the perfect cold video pitch and LOOM outreach, this is exactly the tool that we use to outreach to prospects. So I love LOOM, highly recommend it. $10 a month. You can upgrade right away. It's totally worth it. The next tool we're going to go over is Vimeo. Okay, now maybe this tool you're not going to need right away, but if you have a website and you're hosting videos, I'll actually go ahead and show you our agency website. You're going to want to go ahead and use this software. So Vimeo is a hosting software. It's a software that allows you to host videos. For the free plan, you get about 500 megabytes per week, and then that is the limit. And then you're going to want to upgrade at $20 a month. When do you use this? You want to use it once you shoot the video for your website scheduling page, also when you need to film onboarding modules. So, for example, when someone onboards, when someone schedules a call, I'll actually go ahead and show you guys. So this is our website. When someone lands on our website, they're able to go ahead and watch this video, which is like a 2-minute video, just talking about our agency. And then when someone clicks on info product or e-commerce case study, they're redirected. I'll actually show you. They're redirected to over here where they're going to go ahead and watch a video, right? A case study video that we recorded. And you're going to you have to host this somewhere. Okay. Now, why do I tell you to do this over YouTube? Because you can do it on YouTube for free. The reason I do it on here as opposed to YouTube is because with YouTube, you don't get all these, you can't turn on and off all these features, okay? With this platform, you're able to do that, okay? You're able to turn off all these features. And then also with YouTube, once the video is done, it'll give you suggested videos, right? Because it's literally pulling from your YouTube account. So it'll give you like suggested videos. I don't want, people to see that, okay? I don't want people to see like, here's suggested videos that you watched in the past. I want to keep it clean. Vimeo allows us to do that, okay? So we have it here to, any video that we want on our site, we're going to go ahead and upload it to Vimeo and simply just copy the actual embed link and upload it to our website. And then when someone schedules a call, they're going to be able to choose a time. And then after they choose a time, we have another video that tells them, hey, thank you for scheduling a call. Please make sure that you're there at the time that you scheduled, and then here's what you need to bring with you. So this is the purpose of Loom, in my at my agency is, again, we use it to onboard clients, right? When it comes to like this video right here, this case study, as well as once they book a call. But really, you can use it for anything. Any video that you want to put on your site, you're going to want to go ahead and use Vimeo for that. And this is what the website looks like, okay? Now, there's also another platform called Wistia, and that one is a good too. I believe that's how you pronounce it. I actually use that one as well, but I feel like both softwares have different purposes. Vimeo, Wistia is more of analytics. It allows you to see like how many people viewed your video, what was the duration, when did they stop. When with Vimeo, it doesn't really provide that information. It's more just a video hosting. So for me, for this video and then the next video, once they schedule a call, I don't care about the metric as to how many people watched it or when did they stop watching it. I just want the video to be there. But you can imagine if you're doing, let's say, a VSL, or if you have some sort of funnel, then that would be a great, Wistia would be a great option. But for you guys starting out, I believe Vimeo would be a good option once you actually have your website up and you want to go ahead and upload videos similar to the website that I just showed you. Now, the next tool is going to be Calendly, and Calendly is a software that allows you to go ahead and schedule calls, okay? So with Calendly, what you're able to do is you're able to send a link to anyone, and first of all, you're allowed to create an event, and then you can send a link to that individual and have them schedule a call. So again, the purpose is that it's a software that allows you to schedule a call. The fee is going to be free for 3 events, and then after 3 events, you're going to need to pay $15 a month. So what do we mean by 3 events? So let's say, you have an event for onboarding clients for your agency. Well, great. That's going to be 1 event. Okay. Now you want to go ahead and create another event for, people that you're hiring. I'll actually give you an example for, the events that we have. So we have one for people that schedule a call for the first time. We have an event for people that schedule a call for the second time. The reason we have it for the second time is because the person that is the prospect that's scheduling a call for the first time, we actually ask them a series of questions, okay, that we want to know because it's the first time that they are getting on a call with us. We want to be prepared for that call. But then once they actually go ahead and schedule a call for the second time, right, let's say they're like, okay, I'll get back to you in a week. We don't want to have them go through that whole process of filling out all that information. Therefore, we take out those questions. So we created 2 separate events, okay? People that schedule a call for the first time to work with us at the agency, right? And then people that schedule a call the second time, okay? So that's 2 events. Then we have an event for my podcast, right? So when I want people to schedule a time for the podcast, we have a separate event for that, okay? And then we'll have a separate event for let's say, we're hiring people, right? We're hiring a bunch of VAs right now to input into our program, Social Media Marketing Blueprint. So we want them to choose a specific time that works for them. So all of these different events obviously have different times. Okay, for example, for the VAs, I want them to be able to schedule time, later on in the afternoon, okay, or in the evening. But for my calls, for my agency calls, right, where clients want to work with us, I want to keep that open throughout the whole day. So the reason you want to have different events is because you want to be able to block out different times as to when that person can schedule those calls. So Calendly allows you to do that, okay? So you should use this right away, okay? It's free for the first 3 events. When you're starting out, you're not going to need no more than 3 events. So when you're starting out, start using it right away. Once you start reaching the clients, because you're going to need them to schedule and book a call to speak with you. So they'll be able to actually have a link to do so. And then how to use the software, you're going to create an event, you're going to name it, you're going to choose the days and the hours that you want the slots to be open. So it'll be Monday through Sunday. You'll be able to choose the exact hours that you want your availability to be. And then, you can also ask questions, right? So for us, for the agency, we have a series of questions. So you might want to ask questions like, what is your website? What is your currently monthly revenue? What is your goals? Whatever the case may be, you can go ahead, ask questions, and then you can copy this link and send it directly to an individual for them to schedule a call. But what you can also do is you can actually embed it. So if you take a look here, if we go back to the site and we click on schedule a call, it automatically takes us to here. So this is embedded on our site. As you can see here, 30-minute discovery call. When they click on the button, they're able to choose a time. So let's do the 21st, from 9 a.m. all the way till 3:30 p.m. is when we're available. So they'll be able to choose a time within these time frame, okay, that we have set. So that is Calendly. Now there is other alternatives. This is actually what the website looks like. There's other alternatives like Acuity scheduling, and I've used Acuity in the past, guys, but I feel like Acuity makes it. There's too many things that they complicate, wherein Calendly is straightforward. Okay. I truly believe that Acuity is great for like bigger businesses because it has a lot more customization, wherein with Calendly it's straightforward. Now I haven't even got to this right here where it says round robin. So let's say, for example, for our agency blueprint program, we have, let's say, 3 salespeople. Okay, we'll have one event, and then when people schedule a call to get on a sales call with us, it'll automatically go ahead and distribute it across these 3 salespeople. So again, even with Calendly, you're able to customize all of these things. So yeah, I prefer Calendly over Acuity, and as you can see here, some of the biggest companies use it. But if you are looking for another program, another call scheduling program, Acuity is a good one. That's Acuity. But I love Calendly. I recommend you use that one. Now, the next tool is Hunter.io. Okay, now this tool is insane. Okay, as you guys will see, we have a separate module that was going to show you exactly how you can use Hunter.io to scrape 5,000 leads for free. Just to give you guys some context, I recently purchased a list of 500 leads for about $120, okay, off Fiverr. I basically told them I want them to be in the apparel niche as well as the cosmetics, and they charged me $120 for 500 leads. Okay, once I figured out this trick with Hunter.io over the past few months, literally it allows you to scrape 5,000 leads for free. Okay, and we have actually a video in this free training which is going to show you exactly how to do that. I honestly don't know anyone else that is doing this. I don't know if anyone else knows about this, or they know about it but they don't want to share it, because you could imagine, some people want to hold back information. That's not what we're doing here. Even though you might just be watching this and you won't join our paid program, again, my goal is just to give you so much for free. That way, if you end up buying, you go to us. And if you don't, you'll take this information that I wish I had when I was starting out. So make sure you watch that video on exactly how to use Hunter.io to scrape 5,000 leads for free in any niche or vertical. That said, Hunter.io, what people know about this tool, but they don't know that you could actually scrape leads. They think that you can just that it's for the purposes of tracking emails. So let me actually just go ahead and show you how this tool works and how most people use it. Okay, most people use this tool like this. Okay, so if we go to Nominal, okay, if we go to their website, what this tool allows you to do is once you go to a website and you want to find their email, all you got to do is basically, we'll wait for it to load, is click on the Hunter.io Chrome extension, and you'll see here what it will do is it'll give you the emails of the individuals. Okay, so it'll give you the emails that it's found on the website. So as we can see here, Akram, okay, he's actually the founder of Nominal. It'll tell you the founder, and then here it says support. So support at Nominal. So you can imagine this is great because when we're trying to reach out to brand owners, we want to go ahead and find their email. Instead of having to scroll all the way down to the bottom of the screen to actually find their email and their contact us page, we can simply just click a button and it will go ahead and give us their email. So if we are prospecting to this brand, we can simply just go ahead and see founder Akram. So now all we got to do is click copy, and now we copied their email. Literally within seconds, we're able to get their email. And you can do this for most websites that actually have an email on their website. If they have an email anywhere on the page, then you're going to be able to go ahead and find their email. But keep in mind, some websites don't have their email. So when you click Hunter.io, it might not find it. And the reason that is because they didn't list it on their website. Wherein you see here, with Nominal, you see it'll tell you for Akram, it found the website on all these pages. So found it on nominal.com/pages press and privacy policy, and then our pages, right? So that's what most people use this tool for, and it's great. I mean, that's great already. The fact that you can find an email within seconds, it's great. What you can also do is when you're sending an email to an individual, it allows you to track if they open that email, okay? It allows you to track when they opened it, and it allows you to track if they opened it on mobile and desktop. That's how most people use the software, okay? The video that I'm talking about, which shows you how to scrape 5,000 leads, I don't want to cover it here because I literally recorded a separate video for that. That's going to show you exactly how to go ahead and use Hunter.io to do that as well. So this tool, it's free, absolutely free. You can upgrade if you want to, but I don't think I've ever upgraded for the Hunter.io because the free plan is suffice for me. Now, when should you use it? When you're ready to start prospecting, this serves two tools. Okay, the first one is that it helps you find prospects' email if it's available on the site. Just like I just showed you right here with Nominal, when we click on this, we're able to see the different emails on their website. So that's the first purpose that it serves. Second purpose, it'll allow you to track when an email is open. So again, when you send an email, right next to the send button, you're going to have a little Hunter.io image, right, or logo, and when you click on that, it'll tell you when they opened the email, if they opened it, whatnot. And then lastly, again, what most people don't use it for or don't know that you can use this for is to scrape 5,000 leads. And like I said, ladies and gentlemen, we have a separate video for that, so please do check that out and get yourself some free leads so you can start reaching out to these people and hopefully making some money. Now, how do you use the software? Well, once you download the Chrome extension, before sending an email to the client, you're going to want to go ahead and click the Hunter.io logo or icon within the email, and it will automatically track when someone opens an email. Learn how to use Hunter.io to scrape 5,000 leads. Refer to the video linked here. So I don't have it linked here yet, but by the time you're watching this, there's going to be a link here to the video, which is going to send you directly to the video to show you how to scrape the 5,000 leads. But for the email tracking, again, you're going to download the Chrome extension. Before you send an email, there's going to be an icon. You're going to be able to click on it, and it will track when they opened it, or if they opened it, when they opened it, at what time, how many times they opened it, and also if it's on mobile and desktop. So that's pretty valuable information because you can think of it this way. If you sent an email and you're prospecting to a brand and they open that email 5 times, right, that tells us that there's some level of interest as opposed to opening it once or not opening it at all. So, those metrics are pretty great. And, this is actually what the tool looks like for when you're scraping these leads. Or if you want to find the brand. So if we were to plug in this brand in here, it'll actually give us the email. But nonetheless, that's how you use that tool. Now, next tool we're going to talk about is Apollo.io. Now guys, this right here, oh my god, I found a trick with this, okay? And I can guarantee you that you won't find a video on YouTube going over this trick. So Apollo.io, okay, is a software that essentially helps you find brands online. So if you take a look right here, you can filter by, you are looking for so as an agency owner, I'll talk to you as an agency owner because you can use it in any business really. But as an agency owner, the way we use it would be to find potential prospects. So you can go in here and you can search by brands or businesses that are using Shopify. Okay, so any business using Shopify is an e-commerce stores. So you can go ahead and say brands using Shopify, and then you can narrow down to brands that are in the cosmetic or brands that are selling apparel, right? Or brands that are selling direct-to-consumer products, whatever the case may be. You can filter by, I'm just looking for the CEO, right? I want the CEO's information, or the marketing department's information. So it allows you to do that, okay? And it gives you their name, their email, the website, their social media handle, their LinkedIn, all of that good stuff, okay? Now the issue with that is that it gets pricey, guys, okay? Let me go ahead and show you how much this costs. This is a great software, okay? But, I found a way to kind of bypass all of this, okay? So, actually, I don't know, at the time of recording this, I don't know if this is going to be included in the course. I'll try my best to record it for you guys, even though, this is, insane. What I'm sharing with you literally will allow you to get 10,000 leads per month for only $39, okay? So let me show you how this works. Okay, so as you can see here, we have 1,200 mobile credits. Okay, so this is what we're looking at: 12,000 export credits. So for $79 a month, okay, you're able to export about 12,000 credits. So the way they do this is by credits, okay? So for every brand that you export is going to be a credit. Actually, I believe that for one brand, if you export their social media, their email, their name, then that would be considered 4. That would be considered 4 credits, okay? So you can imagine, you're going to need more than 3 data points for each person that you're scraping. So with only 12,000 credits, you're probably going to get maybe 500, maybe less. So that's a $79 plan, okay? Now, you can go ahead and upgrade to 24, okay, and get the organizational plan. Keep in mind, this is annual, okay? We're not talking about monthly, okay? This is annual. So this is 79 times 12. And, you can actually call them and see, and get a bigger package. Guys, what I'm going to share with you, okay, in a later video is going to be how for $49, you're going to be able to scrape 10,000 leads, okay? Now, why do we need the $49 plan? The only reason we can't do it with the free plan is because with the $49 plan, it allows us to scrape unlimited emails. I know it says unlimited email credit here, but I've tried it with the free plan, and it only lets me, I believe it was 350 to 500 leads. So with the $49 plan, we can scrape 10,000 leads. Let me actually, I was trying to see if I can pull up a sheet that shows you the leads that I scrape, but obviously I don't want to do that. I'll just have a separate video showing you exactly how to do this. So Apollo, again, allows us to find these leads based on certain criteria that we set, whether they are e-commerce brands that sell, apparel, cosmetics, direct-to-consumer products, and you can actually go ahead and use it as a software that will send out, these email automations and keep track of all this information, such as, calling them, sending them a link, LinkedIn connection, sending them an email. I don't recommend you use it for this purpose. What I recommend you do is you use Lemlist for this, and obviously we'll have trainings in the program on how to use Lemlist and do all that. The only reason you should be using Apollo is to scrape leads, because honestly it can get very, very pricey if you start using all these different features. And quite frankly, I think Lemlist is a better option for doing all this, actually doing the outreach. So that's enough with Lemlist. Again, we'll have a separate video for this, and how to use this email. Refer to the video dedicated on how to use the software from A to Z. Learn how to use Apollo to scrape 1,000 leads. And hopefully by the time you're watching this, there will be a link here where you can watch this video directly, okay? Now, that is Apollo. Let's go ahead and take a look at the last software, and that is going to be ClickFunnels. Okay, I love ClickFunnels. It's $100 a month, but I love it. The purpose of ClickFunnels is essentially a website builder, right? So it's like a funnel slash website builder. It is free for 14 days, then it's going to be $900 a month. This link right here, guys, is actually going to be my affiliate link. So if you do sign up to ClickFunnels, I would appreciate if you sign up with this affiliate link. All the other links right here are not affiliate, okay? But I do want to be transparent with you guys and let you know that ClickFunnels is an affiliate link. So if you use it, if you decide to, I would appreciate you if you use the affiliate link. You will get 14 days for free. The reason I love ClickFunnels, guys, because honestly, even if you've never used ClickFunnels before, within like 2 hours, you're going to be able to get the hang of it. It makes building websites so easy. And if you think about it, right, you know, with an agency, you know, depending on how big you are of an agency, you don't really need a website, okay? What you need is a funnel, okay? You need a funnel to funnel people in from step A to step Z. So on our website, really, there's only a few actions that you can take. The first thing is you can watch this video. After you finish watching this video, you have the option to go ahead and schedule a free call. So if you click on this, it's going to direct you to a page where, like I showed you, you can go ahead and schedule a call, okay? So that is that step. Once you schedule a call, it'll show you another video confirming your call and making sure that you get on the call, okay? And on that video, on that page, you're going to get some testimonials and some case studies, okay? Now, if you don't click this button and you keep scrolling, it's going to ask you, well, do you want to see more case studies? Because we work with e-com and information product. We give links for e-commerce and information product. So if they're an information product brand, they're going to click here, open this, and then they're going to go ahead and watch the info product. If they click on e-com, they're going to open this and go watch that case study. So here's the information product case study. So if they watch this now, you know, because they click this button, they have the option of watching the video. After watching the video, they have the option to schedule a call, right? That is it. I mean, obviously they can keep scrolling and see exactly, you know, what it is that we offer. There's going to be a, you know, content on here with call to actions to schedule a call. Okay. Same thing with the case study for e-com. They're going to get on this page. They can watch the video. Okay. After they watch the video, they can click schedule call. And if they keep scrolling, they're going to basically see a bunch of more material, and the call to action is going to be schedule a call. Okay. Now, if they don't click any of these, they're going to keep scrolling, and they're going to basically be hit with a bunch of social proof, screenshots of videos of past work that we've did for our clients. Okay. And again, call to action is going to be to schedule a call. So this is like all we need. Okay. Like, you know, when you are an agency, depending on, you know, how big you are, obviously if you're the size of, let's say, Gary V, you're going to need different stuff on your site, more stuff on your site. But, you know, as an agency doing under 100,000, your site should be pretty simple, straight to the point. Okay, we're like, the idea that it serves is we want people to land on the site and see the results we've been able to generate our clients. We want them to be able to watch a real-time case study, and then we want to give them the option of scheduling a call, making it super simple. Okay, when you start having a bunch of stuff on your site, you know, it literally takes away from the client being able to schedule a call because there's so many shiny objects in front of them. We're able to do this, guys. I built all this website myself, pretty easy, with the help of ClickFunnels. Okay, so ClickFunnels, highly recommend you use ClickFunnels to build your site. It is $99 a month. If you don't have $99 a month starting out, totally fine. But once you can afford it, I highly recommend ClickFunnels, because guess what, guys? Not only are we using ClickFunnels for our agency website, we're actually using it for our program as well. So it's actually much cheaper than WordPress or anything else, because with ClickFunnels, you can have up to 5 domains. So right now I have, I believe, 4 domains on my ClickFunnels account. And if I was using WordPress, I would need to have a different WordPress account for all of them. When with ClickFunnels, literally when I'm in my account, I can click, you know, a button and go, you know, from one domain to another domain. So from agency protocols all the way to SF Analytica to a subdomain. So it's actually much cheaper in the long run. Okay. Because if you have multiple websites with multiple domains, instead of having a WordPress account for all of them, I'm not sure how much WordPress costs, you're going to be able to have all of that inside ClickFunnels. On top of that, it's going to be very easy for you to edit, not having to hire a website developer. So honestly, it technically is going to be cheaper for you. Okay, so 14-day free trial, $99 a month. You can click here to go ahead and get that. Once you have one paying client, this will allow you to build a funnel that can be easily created better than WordPress. Allows you to have up to 5 different domains. How to use this software. By the time you're watching this video, we're going to have a separate video that explains it. So you'll be able to click here and watch this video on how to use ClickFunnels, which will give you a general tutorial. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, the link to this document is going to be linked below this video. These are the 9 tools that we use at the agency. Once we start using more tools, or I think there's a tool that can help you when starting out, I'll go ahead and update this sheet. With that being said, I hope you enjoyed this video, and I will see you in the next one.
So if you're watching this video, there's a good chance that you have some questions when it comes to pricing your agency services. Questions like, should I just be charging a monthly fee? And if so, how much? Or should I be charging a percentage of ad spend plus a monthly fee? Or should I be charging a percentage of ROAS plus a monthly fee? Well, whether you are working with local businesses or online businesses like e-commerce and information products, in this video, I'm gonna go ahead and break down the exact pricing structure that we use at my agency. This is the same exact pricing structure that allows us to make anywhere from $5,000 a month per client all the way to $20,000 a month per client, with the average client paying us around $7,500 every single month. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get into the video.
Hey, I hope you're doing well. In this video, we're going to go ahead and talk about how to price your SMMA services. Now, for context, the first part of this video is going to be covering e-commerce and information products, or really any client where you can actually track exactly how much money you spent versus how much revenue you generated. The second part of this video, which is going to be the halfway and towards the end, we're going to go ahead and talk about local businesses. So let's go ahead and get right into it. Now, first thing I want to go ahead and tell you about is there's a couple of things that you should consider. And the first is that when starting out, you won't be able to demand the price that you want. You need to earn this right by delivering great results and gaining the experience and confidence that you need to name the price that you believe is actually worth your time. Just like anything in life, when you're starting out, you're not going to be able to, charge exactly what you want to charge. I know when I started out with my SEO agency, I was charging, I think, like $500 about 5 years ago. But fast forward to now, we charge our clients minimum $2,500 a month plus a percentage of revenue. We have clients that pay us anywhere between $5,000 all the way to $25,000 a month. So over time, you're going to get better at this, and you're going to be able to demand the price that you want. But when you're starting out, just know that you're going to have to, do some work right now for a lower price, but the more experience you get, the more confidence you have, you'll be able to go ahead and, really charge what your time is worth. So that's the first thing you should consider. The second thing is that your service price is literally just a number. So don't be scared to ask for it once you have earned it. To be honest with you guys, like when we talk about pricing our SMA services, it's literally just a number if you really think about it. It's a number that we make up. You're watching this video because you want to understand how much to charge. So imagine if you charge $500 more or $500 less. It's literally just a number. So once you actually truly believe that this is worth your time, that your time is worth this much, then you can go ahead and ask for that number. For example, right now I charge $400 an hour for anyone to get on a call with me and have me consult them. If you asked me a few years ago that I would be able to charge $400 an hour, it would have been unheard of. But how did I come up with this 400? It's literally just a number that I came up with. I'm like, you know what? Let's do 400. Right? So long story short, the price is just a number. And, once you've earned it, don't be scared to raise your price. Don't be scared to ask for what you're worth. Last thing I want you to consider is to always consider a way where you can charge revenue share when working with your clients. Okay, so what do we mean by revenue share? Revenue share is the revenue that you're able to generate them. And like we mentioned, this is mainly going to pertain to e-commerce and information product. You guys have to really find a way to charge a percentage of revenue rather than just a monthly fee. To give you guys an example, 70% of the monthly of the revenue that we make at the agency comes from this rev share model. I'll give you guys another example. In our best month, was November 2022. For one client, we generated them $450,000. It was around that. It was a little more than $450,000. That client paid us $47,000, like $47,500. Okay, now we charged them $2,500 a month, but they paid us an extra $45,000. And why is that? Because we charge them a percentage of the revenue that we generate them. Now, you might think, like that's a lot, and it actually is a lot. That specific client wanted us to renegotiate the month after, and we did. We renegotiated down from 10% all the way to 7.5. But the idea here is that if you really think about it, clients are not they're willing to do this pricing structure because what you're essentially telling them is the amount of money you pay me is based on how much revenue I generate you. So for example, if I came to you right now, you watching this video, and I came to you and I said, if I generate you $100,000, would you be willing to pay me $10,000? You'd be like, of course, If you generate me $100,000, I don't have no issue paying you $10,000. That's exactly the same concept we approach our clients with this rev share model. Is that you want to be charging a revenue share, a percentage of the revenue share, because essentially this is going to be 50 to 70, even 80% of the revenue that you make at your agency long term. Okay. So if there's a way that you can incorporate rev share, highly recommend that you do so. Now, let's go ahead and talk about the monthly fee, okay, which is the first part of this pricing structure. Now, for e-commerce or information product, or really any business where you can track how much you spent versus how much you generated, I recommend anywhere between $500 to $3,500. Now, that's a huge difference, right? Huge comparison. The reason I mentioned 500 is because, I don't know, maybe you're watching this video and you're just starting out, so you might have to charge 500, but then you have someone like me who's been in the game for 5 years now, where I can charge 2,500 to 3,500 based on many factors. So just to give you a ballpark, it's going to be anywhere between $500 to $3,500 a month. And again, guys, this is just a number. I know people, I have agency friends that are charging minimum $10,000 a month plus rev share. So if you can charge more than $3,500, be my guest. But this is really just a ballpark, assuming that you watching this video are just starting out or have been in the game for a few years. Now, there's a deciding factor between if it's 500 or 3,500. What are those deciding factors? Well, there's really three things that I listed here. The first one is the years of experience. So how many years have you actually been running these ads? The second is the number of platforms you're advertising on. So for our clients that we charge $2,500 for, they're mainly advertising on Meta and Google, okay? But then we have clients that want to advertise on Meta, Google, Snapchat, TikTok, as well as native banner ads like AdRoll. So in that case, we actually charge them $3,500, and they can make sense of that. An extra $1,000 to advertise on all these platforms, it makes sense, right? So this is the deciding factor number two. And the last one is other services being offered for free to leverage getting your clients' results. So for example, this is a really great example. Within the last year, we started offering content creation for our clients, so UGC, where they actually will create the content, but then we have a team of 6 video editors and graphic designers who will actually go ahead and edit the content and create different variations for, let's say, for example, UGC. So in that case, we offer this service for free, but we make a little bit of money on the back end by charging them an extra, monthly fee of $3,500. So when we offer it to them, we're like, okay, for $3,500, we're gonna run ads on 4 different platforms, and then what we're also gonna do is your actual content creation, where either you're gonna create the content or we're gonna reach out to our pool of UGC creators who will create the content, give it back to us, and then we'll go ahead and do all the editing and create different variations for $3,500. So they can make sense of that. Okay, so these are the deciding factors, guys, like that I personally use as to how I can have the client make sense of, am I charging them, let's say, $2,500 or $3,500 a month? Yours might be the same, yours might be different. The whole point here is that you need to have a reason as to why you're charging this monthly fee. And these 3 reasons are really a good starting point. Now, that is the monthly fee, okay? Now, let's talk about rev share. Okay, so when we charge anywhere between 7.5% all the way to 15% of the revenue that we generate our clients. If a client thinks that this percentage is too much, or the monthly fee is too much, you can go ahead and play around with the numbers to give them more options that they might consider. So as I mentioned to you guys, We only have actually one client we're charging 7.5% just because we're generating them a lot of money per month. But then we have clients that we charge 15% a month of the revenue share. And that's because they're an information product client, and virtually all of, aside from ad spend and what they pay us, all of the revenue that they make is 100% profit because they're selling an actual information product. It's not a physical product. So this is the amount that we charge. I would recommend anywhere between that amount. Now, if you go a little bit higher, client can't make sense of that, but hey, if you can do 20% or 25%, be my guest. I know a lot of my agency friends are charging probably lower than 7.5% because maybe their clients are making a ton of money and they can't make sense of paying you $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 a month based on the revenue share. So really this fluctuates, but from what we do is 7.5 to 15%. Now, if the client says this is too much, so going back to the example that I gave you with the client where we generated them $450,000 a month, and then from 10% they pay us $45,000 plus the $2,500. After that they're like, hey man, this is a big thing that we're paying you this month, and we want to go ahead and renegotiate exactly this pricing structure. And I was like, okay, because I don't want to lose this client, right? This is a great client. We're generating great results. They're happy with us. We're happy with them. But they're like, with this amount of money that I'm paying you, I can hire an in-house team. And I don't really want to do that because I don't want to manage them. But you kind of have to work with me. So what you don't want to be on your high horse and say, no, I demand this exact amount, right? You want to go ahead and be flexible. And what we did here was we dropped from 10% to 7.5%, right? Now that's for this client. What I'm recommending here is if they say that the percentage is too much, here's an example of what you can do. So let's say this is the pricing that you presented your prospect or your client. You told them we're going to charge you 3.5%, $3,500 a month plus 10% of revenue. And they're like, no, this is the monthly fee is too much or the percentage of revenue is too much. What you can do is play around with the numbers, right? You can say, okay, instead of $3,500 a month, we're only going to charge you $1,500 a month, but we're going to go ahead and charge you 15% as opposed to the 10%, right? Or vice versa. You can say we're going to charge you, a higher monthly fee, but a lower percentage of revenue. You guys would be surprised. I've literally, in my experience, I've had clients who are willing to pay a higher monthly fee aside from a percentage of revenue, and then I've had some clients that are the opposite, that are willing to pay a lower monthly fee but a higher percentage of revenue. So the point here is that when you are working with RevShare, you want to be flexible and you want to present your clients with different options. Now, when you're starting, like when you first present it to them, present them something solid, see if they bite, if they actually agree to it. If they don't, you don't want to lose this client. You can actually go ahead and play around with the numbers, because going back to what we were saying, this is literally just a number. So you're not losing, they're not losing either way. You're just presenting them with other options by playing with the monthly fee and the or the percentage of revenue. So this is the percentage of revenue. So again, guys, to recap, I recommend that you charge a monthly fee plus a percentage of revenue, and you will see that a huge percentage of the revenue that you make for your agency is going to come from RevShare. It's going to come from this right here. So that is if you are a e-commerce or an information product, if you're working with e-commerce or information product, or really any business where you can actually track how much you spent versus how much you generated. For those of you guys maybe that are starting out and don't know what we mean here, in Facebook you can actually track how much did you spend, how much did you generate. But for example, for local businesses, you can't really track, how many people came from this specific ad, right? For example, we've worked with a dentist client in the past, and although we can see how many people message them and how many leads, and we can track the names of the leads in a Google Doc, there's going to be some people that come in from the ad, but they don't come in till like 2 weeks later or maybe a month later, or they come in and they don't even tell you that they first saw you from the ad. So with e-commerce and information product or any business online, you can track these numbers. Now, granted, it's not going to be 100% accurate, but that's why there's different attribution softwares, such as Northbeam, Triplewell, Hyros, so on and so forth. But nonetheless, this pricing structure is for these types of clients. Now we're going to go ahead and move to if you are a local business, right? So this pricing structure pertains to local businesses or any business that you can't accurately track the amount of revenue generated, just like the example I just gave you. So a couple things to consider here. The first one is that the amount the client is spending on ads plus your fee needs to be minimum 2x less than the expected revenue. Okay, if this is not the case, they won't be able to make sense of working with you, or they might work with you but eventually will stop working with you because of negative return on ad spend. So essentially what we're saying here is, if the client is paying you, let's say $1,000 a month, plus they're spending $3,000 a month on ads, that's a total of $4,000. They should be expecting at least, $12,000 in return, because if their ad spend plus the amount of money that they're paying you is more than the amount of revenue they're generating, then they're like, okay, dude, we're running ads, we're paying you, but all of this is not bringing us a positive return on ad spend. So obviously they're going to go ahead and stop working with you if they actually decided to work with you. The second thing to consider here is stay away from working with clients whose average customer is very low ticket. For example, restaurants. So just like, the example that I give you guys here, if the ad spend is a lot plus your fee is less than what you're generating them, then they're not going to want to work with you long term. And a perfect example, or a perfect way to avoid that, is working with businesses that are a low ticket. So what do we mean here? What we mean here is, example, restaurants, right? So restaurants, let's show this, right? So restaurants, let's say you generate a restaurant 50 leads in 1 month. Well, on average, let's say on average a meal costs $25 a month. $25 a person. So 50 leads, 50 people times $25 a meal. That's going to come out to $1,250. Okay. Now, if they're paying you $1,000 plus they're spending, let's say, $2,000 on ad spend, that's already $3,000. But from 50 people, they were only able to generate $1,200. Then that's a negative ROI, right? So this is exactly what we mean here. Avoid these types of people. So the exact opposite is what you want to do is you want to work with businesses that have a higher ticket. Okay, so for example, if we just compare this restaurant to a med spa, if you are working with, let's say, med spa, okay, I'm not saying this is a good niche to get in or if it's a bad niche to get in, but nonetheless, a med spa, if you generate them 50 leads a month and the average client for a med spa costs $450, well, 50 times $450 comes out to $22,500. So let's use the same example. They pay you $1,000 a month plus $2,000 in ad spend. That's $3,000. Well, you generated them $22,500. They're going to be a happy client because that's more than a 5x return on ad spend. Maybe 7. I'm not sure exactly what the math is on that, but nonetheless, they can make sense of that. And now you can actually charge more because you generate them way more than what they're paying you plus their ad spend. So the way you avoid this, guys, okay, is by working with local businesses that the cost per client is higher than, let's say, that, for example, of a restaurant. Okay, restaurant is $25 a meal, wherein med spa is average $450 a person. Okay, so I hope that example made sense. Now, let's talk about how to actually price your SMA local services, because we just here talked about things to consider, things to keep in mind. So the first thing is, so it's really hard to give you an exact number as to how much to charge because each business is different. For example, the example that I mentioned here, I don't know if you're working with restaurants or med spa, so I can't tell you to charge $1,000 over here when in reality you're only going to generate them $1,200. And if I tell you $1,000 here when you're going to generate them $22,500, it doesn't make sense. So there really isn't like an exact number that I can give you, but I can give you a ballpark, which is nothing less than $500. So nothing less than $1,000. So that would be a good starting point. Again, depending on if you're just starting out, depending on how long you've been in this business, $1,000 is a good starting point. Obviously, if you are generating them lots of money and you've been in this game for a while, you probably won't be watching this video, but nonetheless, you should charge no less than $1,000. Okay. Now, how much is the max, right? Well, you can charge depending on the formula that we mentioned above, which is basically this right here. Ad spend plus your fee should be less than the revenue generated. Okay. So your ad spend, the ad spend for the client plus your fee should never be more than the revenue generated. Just like the example we showed you here. Med spa, 50 people times 450 equals 22,500. So in this case, you can actually charge more. You can play around with the number and charge more because you know that on average you're going to generate them this much revenue based on if you get them 50 leads. Okay, so really here, guys, with the maximum, again, it's just a number. Feel free to play with this number, but you're not going to be able to achieve this. You're not going to be able to have the luxury of playing with how much you can actually charge them if you're working with a low ticket business like restaurants. Okay, I highly recommend you guys stay away from these types of businesses. And look, I know, there's people on YouTube that have made this work with restaurants, but they do volume, right? So they have like 50 clients, okay? And they can make it work. But from my experience, I know I would never work with a restaurant just because, the amount of money they make from one person is very little. Wherein, for example, in our best month, we did $115,000 revenue generated at the agency, and we were only working with 5 clients. How were we able to achieve that, guys? We were able to achieve that by 2 ways. One is that the amount of revenue that one client makes is a lot, and that's because they are in the e-commerce and information products niche. And then number 2, which is what I told you guys here, is percentage of rev share. Okay, so we were able to make this much working with only 5 clients, okay, because we were able to we charge our clients a percentage of rev share, and that's how we were able to achieve that. So that is how to price your SMA services. I hope this video was helpful, guys. Keep in mind, we have a bunch of more videos in our free Skool community covering everything that you need from A to Z on exactly how to start and scale your marketing agency. I'm literally giving you guys everything that I know about SMA for free. And why am I doing that? I'm doing that because I really want you to succeed, but I'd be lying to you if I don't have an incentive. And that is because, aside from my agency, I don't know if you guys know it or not, but we have another company where we build out the 2 most important things of being successful with SMA, which is the first, actually getting booked calls with clients. So we help build out your entire infrastructure. We put trained setters in your business who are doing all the outreach on your behalf. So we literally build out your entire infrastructure. But number 2, we build out your service delivery team. So the second most important thing is actually getting your clients results. After actually getting clients, now you got to get them results. And we build out your whole service delivery team, whether that be a media buyer, video editor, graphic designer, appointment setter, whatever the case may be, we build that out for you from A to Z. So hopefully you guys can take this information that I'm presenting to you on YouTube or on, the free Skool community, make some money from it. And then when you actually made some money and you're like, okay, MJ, now I really want to scale. I want to have consistent meetings every day booked. I want to have the best talent, to deliver on these services. That way I'm not working like a slave at my agency. Then you can come to me and we can do that for you. So with that being said, I hope you enjoyed this video. Check out some other videos on the channel. Please click the link below, join our Skool community.
If you are just starting an agency, or you probably already started an agency but haven't landed your first client, I would actually recommend you to focus on local businesses as opposed to that of e-commerce or information product. The reason being that it's actually easier to sign a local client as opposed to someone in the e-commerce space, for all the reasons I'm going to go ahead and mention in this training. And in this video, I'm going to share with you exactly how you can go ahead and find local businesses for your agency at scale, as well as share with you a unique trick which will allow you to find businesses who are already in the mindset of spending money, which in other words, they're low-hanging fruits, meaning that they're more likely to go ahead and become a client versus a local business that's not even running ads. Now, I highly recommend that you watch this video till the end, because at the very end, I'm going to share with you guys 85 different profitable local niches that you can go after. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get into the training.
So in this video, we're going to go ahead and show you exactly how you can find local leads or local prospects for your social media marketing agency. Now, underneath this video, you're actually going to get this bonus material, which is a list that I have compiled of 85 local businesses, different niches, if you will. That's going to be linked underneath this video. And these niches are going to be under home services, health and beauty, legal, real estate, automotive, as well as miscellaneous. We're actually going to break down why, if you are just starting out for social media marketing agency, if this is your first time starting out, why we would recommend you actually go after local businesses. And because I want to provide you the most valuable possible, I went ahead and listed these different niches that you can go ahead and get into. So you can find that linked down below underneath this video. Also, underneath this video, you're going to have access to this lead tracker that we have built out. And essentially with this lead tracker, what it does is essentially going to go ahead and organize your prospects. Okay, so you can imagine, if you have 20 to 100 to even 500 prospects, you're going to want to go ahead and keep those organized. So you're going to have access to this sheet. And what I recommend you do, obviously, you're going to go ahead and click File. You're going to make a copy. But what you can also do is you can modify this to add the certain metrics that you want. So by default, we went ahead and, we have the niche, we have the name, the Instagram, the website, the ad library, the date that a video was sent or the outreach was sent, a status, a video column that basically says, have they watched the video or not? Have they replied or not? When is the first follow-up, the second follow-up, third follow-up, so on and so forth. So feel free to go ahead and change this if you would like. Maybe you want to add a certain metric, maybe you want to remove a certain metric. Feel free to go ahead and change it however way you would like. And on the left-hand side, as you can see, we have a filter status. We basically set up data validation and conditional formatting to let you know what is the actual journey of this specific prospect that you're reaching out to. So are they someone that you followed up with? Are they someone that is waiting? Like you sent the video, but they're waiting. You haven't followed up with them. You're waiting for a response. Are they someone that is, in this case, would be terminated, meaning that they're not interested? Is it 2x waiting, meaning have you actually sent a video, a second follow-up, and they still haven't got back to you? 3x waiting, you followed up 2 times and they still haven't got back to you. So this is the sheet, and on the bottom you'll see different tabs. You have the prospecting list. Right here we have prospecting list. So this is going to be the list. The outreach info here is just going to be perhaps like a LOOM link to the exact individual. Here we have the columns explained. So that's going to explain all of these different columns. So for example, for me personally, I have my VA doing all of this now. So I set up these columns so that she knows exactly what each status means, but also for you guys, that way you know exactly what each of these statuses mean. And then we have pipeline, and essentially pipeline is the way this, the way to best utilize the sheet is by having first a pipeline, okay, meaning a tab that lists all the businesses that you want to reach out to, and then you only transfer them to the prospecting list once you have all their information updated. So the way I like to do this is I'll spend, for example, one day gathering all the leads, gathering 100 to even 5,000 leads, as you guys will see in a later video where we explain how you can scrape 5,000 leads. I'll go ahead and upload them to pipeline, and then what I'll do is I'll have my VA manually update from pipeline to the prospecting list. But not only will she, take the actual, let's say, website, but she'll also add their Instagram. She'll also add their name. She'll add the niche that they're in. She'll add, their ad library. So the pipeline column or tab serves as a place where you can go ahead and just dump all of the potential prospects you want to reach out to. But then the prospecting list serves as your actual list of prospects with all their information filled out. Okay, so these are the 4 tabs, and again, you're going to have access to this link down below. Please utilize it to your advantage, because if you don't actually organize your leads, then you're shooting yourself in the foot. Okay, you can imagine if you're reaching out to 20 people a day or even 100 people a day like we do, you're going to want to make sure that all of this is organized, and you're going to want to make sure, have I followed up with this person, or have they even viewed the video? Okay, have they replied back to me and maybe said they want to work together, or they don't? Did we book an appointment? Whatever the case may be. Now, obviously, if you guys are in our paid program, you guys probably know. If you don't know, we actually install in your business. It's a done-for-you service where we install an appointment setter in your business, okay, and a media buyer and a creative person that handles all your creative. Excuse me, from a video editor to graphic designer. So all of this is handled for you when you join our Done For You program. But again, if you don't join the program, I'm doing this because I want to provide you as much value as possible. So you will have to do this yourself or hire someone else to do it. Nonetheless, this sheet right here will help you tremendously when actually keeping your leads organized. So now let's go ahead and get into the next thing. So in today's video, we're going to go ahead and talk about why local niches are great for social media marketing agency owners that are just starting out. We'll go ahead and cover why using Google, or how to use Google to find local leads. We're going to go ahead and talk about the low-hanging fruits, which in this case is sponsored ads. And then as a bonus, I'm going to go ahead and cover. It's actually 85 local leads that you can go after. So first thing, local businesses for beginning SMMA owners. Okay, so why should you go after local businesses as opposed to e-commerce? So on the right hand side we have a local business, and on the left hand side we have Shopify. And I'm going to go ahead and give you an illustration as to, if I was to start all over again, why I would go after local businesses as opposed to e-commerce businesses or information product businesses or any product online. Okay, here's why I would do that. Okay, the reason I would do that is because with e-commerce, it's actually much harder to get them results, because there's many different platforms to advertise on. You're going to have to actually know how to advertise on all these platforms. It requires a lot of creative testing. Okay, and then the tracking, like, that's literally just a whole different story within itself. Okay, it's much harder to track for e-com as opposed to local businesses. Next thing is that 99% of e-commerce businesses have been pitched at least once or 5 times before. Okay, maybe more. You guys don't know how many times I have seen businesses get pitched by the same agency owners. So just keep in mind, if you are reaching out to an e-commerce brand, just know that there are other agencies reaching out to them. So 99% of all e-commerce businesses have been pitched at least once or 5 times. And quite honestly, that's just being conservative. I honestly think that they get pitched even way more than that. The other thing with e-com businesses is that they most likely either have an in-house marketing team or have an agency partner. So for example, the clients that we work with, all the clients that we worked with, either they, had an agency, whether it's us or they were working with someone else, or the ones that have left us, two in particular, actually ended up hiring an in-house marketing team. So with local, it's not like, with e-commerce, it's not like local where, you can literally set up a local shop and you're going to get customers from your surrounding area, even if you don't do no marketing. With social media, with e-commerce brands, in order for you to make sales, people have to know who you are. And if you're a brand new brand that doesn't have any, traffic or any followers, you're going to need to actually run ads to get more eyeballs on your brand. Therefore, most businesses are already doing marketing in the form of having an agency partner or an in-house team. And lastly, you need to find something in common, or you have to lie. Okay, so as you'll see with local businesses, you can automatically build rapport just because you're talking to a business within your jurisdiction. Wherein with an e-commerce business, when you are pitching, what I realized the best thing to do is find something in common. This is why I went after Muslim/Arab niche, which actually in another video we explained to you exactly how you can find, or how to find, the competitive advantage or the knowledge that you have over other agency owners. That way, when other agency owners pitch them and you pitch this same client, you have that competitive advantage. So really what I found is that you need to find something in common, something that the prospect can relate to, some way to build rapport, or you're just going to have to lie about that in order to actually build rapport. Now, I don't recommend you lying, but I'm trying to give you the idea of, it's the best way to close a client is to actually build rapport with them, find something in common to actually go ahead and break that ice. And lastly is online outreach. So cold DM / cold email. So with most local businesses, you can't pick up the phone and call them. With most e-commerce businesses, you can't just pick up the phone and call them. Most of the outreach that you're going to do is online, and that's going to be in the form of cold email or cold DM. Now, if we go ahead and take a look at the local business, okay? So again, I'm painting the picture as to why local business is easier than e-commerce business for someone that is just starting out, no case study, no results, no nothing. First of all, it's actually easier to deliver results, okay? You could do this in the form of leads or in the form of foot traffic. So one local business that I actually worked with in particular was a local dentist. And, for us, it was very easy because we were just running ads within a 20-mile radius to this dentist to actually have people come in, get a Hollywood smile, teeth cleaning, so on and so forth. So it's really easy to deliver them results because we were just running ads to Messenger or to Instagram or to WhatsApp to get people to come into, to get people to ask questions and then come in, okay? So it's actually much easier to deliver results for a local business as opposed to e-commerce. Like we said, different platforms, different creative testing, as well as tracking. The next thing is that most likely these businesses have never been pitched, or if they have, it's very little. So I kind of gave the example in another video. I live here in Boise, Idaho, and right across the street from me there is a med spa, okay? And I can guarantee you that this med spa has been pitched significantly less than an e-commerce apparel brand. And the reason that is because, with an e-commerce apparel brand, people are, scraping their information to actually find, people within that niche to reach out to them. And again, there's nothing against that. I literally share with you 2 different videos. One how to scrape 5,000 leads and another one how to scrape 10,000 leads to actually find e-commerce businesses to reach out to. But the point I'm making here is that with a local business, they're getting pitched so much more less than that of e-commerce. Now, what does that mean for you? Well, what that means for you is that if a business is not being pitched at all or being pitched very little, it's most likely that it's not as competitive. In other words, you have a greater chance of closing this business as opposed to that of an e-commerce that gets pitched significantly more. Okay. The third thing is that they most likely don't have the time to generate more foot traffic. So most business owners that I've worked with, whether it's local or e-com, they're good at what they do, which is running their business. Okay. But they're not good at actually doing their own marketing. Okay. So this gives you a bigger advantage because as long as you know a little bit more than the business owner, you can go ahead and pitch that to them and hopefully get them to sign on as a client because again, they don't know how to do that themselves. And the fourth thing is that you can automatically build a rapport because they are within your jurisdiction. So kind of giving you the example of the e-com where you have to find something in common or lie. With a local business, even if you don't have much in common, just the fact, for example, this med spa that's across the street, if I just, call them and I say, hey, Mr. Business Owner, my name is MJ. I actually live across the street from you here in Boise, Idaho, and I want to go ahead and show you how we can generate you XYZ in X amount of time. The fact that we are just within the same jurisdiction, okay, right across the street or even 5 to 50 miles away, builds automatic rapport because now they know, okay, this person literally can come into my business and I can talk to him as opposed to someone pitching me from across the country. And the last thing is that they can get pitched via in-person or cold calling. Okay, so if you are actually pitching businesses within your city, man, how much more effective would it be to actually cold call them, go in person, aside from actually DMing them and sending them emails. So this is the advantage of why, if you are a beginner, you should start with local businesses as opposed to e-commerce. And again, you can transition into e-commerce. But what we're saying is that you'll have higher success of actually getting a client, getting your hands dirty, getting some real-time experience by going after local businesses. Now that we established why you should go after local businesses, I want to go ahead and get into how to actually find these leads. Okay. Now, this method that we're going to cover here is really using Google. And I've realized that this is probably the best way to do it, to be honest with you. There's obviously a bunch of softwares that you can scrape. Again, we teach you this inside multiple videos in the program here in this free course, but I want to go ahead and show you how to do it using Google manually. Okay, so the way you would do this is, let's say you're going after dentists. Okay, what you're going to go ahead and search is you're going to search dentist Boise, Idaho. So for me, I'm in Boise, Idaho, so I would search Boise, Idaho. If you are in Canada, you would search Canada. If you are in New York, you would search whatever city and state you're in. But nonetheless, you're going to go ahead and search, dentist Boise, Idaho. And what's going to happen is it's going to go ahead and give you, on the left-hand side, it's going to give you the what's called Google Maps. And on the right-hand side, the right-hand side is going to be Google Maps. And then on the left-hand side, it's going to give you the different businesses with different ratings, their phone number, and all that good stuff. Now, if you actually click on more places, you will literally see about 100 different listings. But this is the first starting point, is just type in your niche, followed by the city and state that you're in. Okay. Now, if you look here, when we type in Boise, Idaho, and we actually click on more places, what happens is it gives us 10 different pages, okay, and on 10 plus pages. And on every single page, there's literally like 20 different listings, okay? So depending on what niche you're going after, you can literally find anywhere between 100 to 500 different businesses within that city. And also what it will do is not only just give you that city, it will give you the surrounding cities, okay? So as you can see here, Dentist Boise, Idaho, it gives us all these listings. And then we have, in this image in particular, 10 plus pages where we can go through each one. Okay. Now, first thing I want to do is how you're going to extract this information is you can simply just right click on the business name, open it in a new tab. You can go ahead and use the tracker to put in their name, their number, their website, maybe their Instagram, whatever information you want to go ahead and extract. You can go ahead and extract it that way into the lead tracker. Now I want to talk about sponsored posts, which in this case is something that I'm calling low-hanging fruits. Okay. Now why do I call this low-hanging fruits? Because these businesses that are running sponsored posts are already running ads. So any business that is already running ads is a low-hanging fruit. Meaning that if I was to go ahead and pitch dentists in Boise, Idaho, the people that are running ads would be the first people that I would go pitch. Okay. If in this case I'm offering them Facebook ads, these would be the first people. Now, why would I do that? Well, because you see, the people that are already running ads are already in the awareness stage when it comes to marketing. They're already spending money on Google Ads, meaning that they already are in that awareness that I need to go and spend money in order to actually generate more money. And again, they're already spending money to acquire clients. They know that if I want to bring in a client to my dentist practice, I need to actually go ahead and spend money. So if you can come in and show them, here's a better way to do it, whether it's Google, whether it's Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat, whatever the case may be, they're more likely to go ahead and agree as opposed to someone that has no idea about ads or has never tried it in the past. Okay. Now, 50 to 75% of the time, these people are running the ads themselves, which means that there's room for improvement due to the lack of knowledge on marketing or ads. What I've realized with local businesses when I was running my SEO agency for 2 years is that we were doing their SEO, but they were also running their own Google ads. And Google makes it very easy for you to actually run a sponsored post. That about 50% of these businesses do it themselves. Okay, literally within your phone, you can go to Google My Business, and you can go ahead and just say, I want to target people within 5 miles or 10 miles, and I want to spend, $20 a day or $50 a day, and then you hit sponsored posts, and then, your post is live. So Google makes it very easy to actually run these ads, to have business owners run these Google ads. And 50% or more of the time, you'll see that these businesses are running their ads themselves, which is good news for you because there's most likely room for improvement, given the fact that these businesses are busy building their business and they lack the marketing knowledge. Now, again, this is the lead tracker that we mentioned here. So what I would recommend is that you spend 1 to 3 hours a week and update these leads into the lead tracker. It's important to keep track of your prospects' outreach journey, the people that replied, not interested, booked a call, etc., so on and so forth. So as I mentioned in the beginning of this video, what I would recommend you do is you do this in bulks. Okay, so you don't find a lead and then you outreach to them and then find another lead and outreach to them. What you want to do is you want to find a bunch of leads, preferably like in the hundreds, 200 or 300, and then go ahead and upload them to the sheet. And once you upload them to the sheet and then you're ready to go, then you go ahead and outreach to the first 200 to 300. So do this in bulk, and it's important to keep track of the outreach journey. That way you know exactly what place is this prospect in when it comes to the journey of the outreach. And again, update the lead tracker to reflect the metrics that you prefer. So on this sheet, I don't think we have a column for phone number. So what you might want to do is you might want to replace ad library, okay, with phone number. That way, when you update all this information, you can put in their phone number here. Or you might want to remove their Instagram and add Facebook. Whatever the case may be, feel free to update this to reflect the metrics that you would prefer to track. And as I mentioned in the beginning of this video, this 85 local business niche list is going to be underneath this video, so please do free to access it. One thing I should say is that I'm, giving you guys the value of, not having you guess, what is the best niche or what kind of niches are out there. I'm giving you a list of different niches, okay? And what you should do, okay, one thing you should do with this list is that you want to go after businesses that have a minimum of a $500 service, okay? And the reason that is if they have less than a $500 service, they really can't make sense of paying you $2,000 to $5,000 a month. So we touched on this in a previous video, but let's say you go after a restaurant. You're getting leads for restaurants. Well, a restaurant that sells a $30 plate, if you generate them even 50 clients a month, right? that's not going to move the needle in terms of their business, right? They can't make sense of paying you $2,000 to $5,000 for the 50 leads that you got them, because 50 times 30, whatever the math is there, it's not a lot of money. So when you're choosing a niche, okay, and we actually have a video covering exactly how to choose your niche. So if you haven't watched that video, I highly recommend you watch it, because we dive real deep into the framework of choosing your niche. The point of this video is just to show you how to find local businesses. But to choose your niche, I recommend that you go watch that video. It's about a 20 to 30 minute video where we really give you the framework. It's the only video you're going to need to watch on how can I find my niche based on my preference, my profession, my experience in the past, as well as the profitability. So point being, the niche that you go after, make sure they have a minimum $500 plus service. That way, let's say, for example, an attorney, okay? An attorney, let's say if they sign on a new client, that client is worth $2,000 for them. Well, guess what? If you generate them 50 clients per month, that's going to be a lot of money, and they can make sense of paying you $2,000 to $5,000. Where, if we go back to the example of the restaurant, even if you get them 50 clients at $30, a plate, meaning $30 per client, it's not going to be too much, right? They can't make sense of paying you the $2,000 to $5,000. So the higher the actual cost per service, cost per one customer, the better it will be, because then if you generate them, 50, 100, 200 clients per month, it would be they can make sense of paying you the price that you're asking. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes how to find local leads. Hope you enjoyed this training, and I will see you in the next one.
Loom outreach is arguably one of the best, if not the best, outreach strategy when starting and scaling your marketing agency. This is personally the only outreach strategy that I focused on within the first 2 years of my agency, which led to optimal scalability. And in this video, I'm going to share with you guys the exact framework of this Loom outreach strategy, which is applicable to any niche that you're in. We'll cover exactly what you need to do, as well as what you need to say, which will allow you to go ahead and book more calls, as well as close more deals at your agency. But with that being said, let's go ahead and get into the training.
All right, so in this video, I'm going to go ahead and teach you what's referred to as the perfect cold video pitch. And this essentially is going to be the ultimate Loom outreach video. Now, to be honest, this, for the first 2.5 years of my agency, and even the SEO agency that I used to run prior to my paid ads agency, this was the only form of outreach that I did. And this works really amazing for all the reasons I'm going to go ahead and list to you in this video. So please make sure you watch this video in its entirety, because I honestly believe that this video is going to be a game changer when actually outreaching to prospects. Not only that, okay, but I'm also going to have a video right after this that's going to show you how to automate this, because this video is going to take you anywhere between 10 minutes to 15 minutes to record. I'm going to show you exactly how you can automate this and make it just be 1 minute, okay? To record a 15-minute video, I'm going to show you how to do it within 1 minute, okay? And that's going to be in the next video after this one, but you have to understand this video in order to make that work. So please pay attention. This is the only outreach that we do. Even if we send DMs, even if we send email, we still do it this way, in the sense that we send a Loom outreach video. So we'll go ahead and get right into it. And first thing I want to say is that I want to give credit where credit is due, okay? And this guy right here, Jeremy Hanks, at Jeremy on Instagram, he actually is the one that taught me this, okay? He coined the term perfect cold video pitch, and I learned this from him, to be honest with you. There's a video on YouTube from 5 years ago where he teaches this for his agency, Megalodon Marketing, where he teaches, okay, here's how we reach out to clients, okay, by using something called the perfect cold video pitch. In other words, Loom outreach. Now, you can go ahead and watch that video, but I can honestly tell you this video is going to explain it significantly better than any video on the internet. But I just had to give credit where credit is due. This is where I learned this outreach strategy, and quite frankly, I've been doing it for the past 4+ years. Now, let's go ahead and get right into it. So in today's video, you're going to learn what is the perfect cold video pitch. You're going to go ahead and cover why the perfect cold video pitch, in my opinion, is the best outreach method. We'll give you the actual 6 steps of crafting the perfect cold video pitch. And then lastly, we're going to go ahead and skim through the actual perfect cold video pitch script, which you are going to have access to link
which you are going to have access to linked right underneath this video. So let me go ahead and show you actually what that looks like. That's going to be this right here. It's going to be linked right underneath this video, so please do take advantage of that. Now let's go ahead and go back to our presentation. Okay, so note we're going to have a separate video that is going to show you exactly how you can automate this exact process. So as I mentioned earlier, we'll have a video covering this exact topic, but you need to understand this in order to make that work. And lastly, this LOOM outreach will take you about 10 minutes to 15 minutes to record. The automation is going to narrow it down to 1 minute. So exciting stuff. But you have to, like I said, master this automation process before first. And as we mentioned, this pitch is going to be linked down below, the actual script. And what I'm also going to include in the script, guys, is an example perfect hold video that I personally have recorded and sent to a prospect. It's going to be available within this doc. After you watch this training, I want you to go ahead and watch that so you can get a real life example of this outreach strategy at play. Just know when you first start, you're going to sound awkward. You know, you might not know what to say. You're going to replay the video and say, oh my God, like this is so cringe. Okay. And that's totally fine. Like this video that you're going to watch, this is after me sending literally like maybe more, close to 1,000 or a little over 1,000 videos. Okay. So just know that you're going to sound awkward at first, but don't worry. You know, over time, you'll get better at it. And I linked a video in this document just so you can see like, okay, what does this look like based on everything that I learned today? So here I'm going to break it down, and then I'll show you a video of exactly how I went ahead and did all of this, right? Pitched a prospect. And again, you'll find that link in the script. So what is the perfect cold video pitch? Well, if you think of it, so what is the perfect cold video pitch? Well, it's a 5 to 10 minute pitch where you, the agency owner, provides a prospect with a CPR, a clear process to revenue in a video format. Okay, that's literally all it is. It's a LOOM outreach, 5-minute video, 5 to 10 minute video, could be more. Okay, but it's basically where you, the agency owner, the objective is that you show them a clear process to revenue. Here's where they are, here's where I can take them to, or here's what you're doing, here's what you can do better in a video format. Okay, not written email, not a DM, in a video format. Now, why the perfect cold video pitch? Okay, well, if you think about it, personalized videos is an underutilized form of pitching. Okay, because it takes less effort to actually blast 100 emails at once rather than record a 5 to 10 minute video. If I can tell you anything, is that agency owners, okay, are freaking lazy, and they would rather send 100 emails, you know, in 5 minutes, blast 100 emails in 5 minutes rather than actually recording a video. Okay, I like to go the extra mile because Mark Twain had a quote which said, when you find yourself on the side of the majority, it's time to stop and reflect. So while everybody is blasting hundreds of emails, okay, that are not personalized, that provide no value, I'm taking the time to record a 10-minute video, sharing the prospect's website, sharing the ads that they're running, sharing what they can do better, okay, because that actually works better. Okay, now it does take more time than blasting 100 emails, but if you don't want to be average, if you don't want to be like everyone else, if you actually want to succeed, you have to do what others are not willing to do. And this goes to the point that personalized videos is underutilized. Okay, is very much underutilized. Now, business owners get pitched virtually every single day. Okay, and with the perfect cold video pitch, this is a value-driven form of pitching, which allows you to stand out from the rest. Given the example of everyone else blasting these emails, you don't want to be just another, email in an inbox. You want to stand out. And the fact that we actually take the time to record this video for a client allows us to stand out from other brands. You don't know how many times I've gotten a call with business owners that, became clients, and then down the road they tell me, the only reason we signed with you, one of the main reasons is that the way you pitched us was so awesome. You recorded a video, you greeted yourself, you told me what the video is about, you showed me my website, you showed me what I'm doing right, showed me what I'm doing wrong, okay? And then you said, hey, you want to hop on a call? Schedule a call and we'll do it. She's like, everyone else sees me as a transaction. They're just sending me, these emails and these DMs that provide no value. So you want to stand out, guys. And the way to stand out is to be different than everyone else. In this case, record a LOOM outreach video that is value driven, which will allow you to stand out from the rest.
And to be honest, most business owners will appreciate this. The fact that you took the time to record a video for them and audit their marketing strategy, unlike everyone else who simply sees them as a transaction. So like I said, I've had at least 3 clients that told me this, that, you know, the reason they signed on with us is because we actually took the time. They're like, thank you for actually taking the time doing your research. Clearly, that's the best way to do it. Now, tools. So what are the tools that you're going to need for the perfect cold video pitch? So for all the tools that we're going to mention in this video, just know that I recorded a separate video on this training covering these tools as well as many other tools. So you're going to go ahead and watch that video, which will explain to you exactly how to use these tools. But in this part of this video, I just want to show you what tools we're going to be using. So the first one is going to be Hunter.io, and this is an email scrape-in plugin, which allows us to scrape a bunch of leads, but also track the emails. We're going to use LOOM, which is a video recording software, and then we're going to use the lead tracker, which is the document that we put together for you guys, which will help you store, organize, and manage your prospects. So let's take a look at each one. For the first one, Hunter.io, the first thing is it allows you to scrape emails off of a site if there are any on the site. So if you go to, let's say, Gymshark.com and you have the Hunter.io Chrome extension downloaded, you can just click on the Chrome extension, and then what it will do is it have a drop-down menu, and it will show you the emails of the founder, the emails of the support team, the emails of the marketing team. So this Chrome extension allows you to do that. It allows you, with a click of a button, give you all the emails that are on the site, categorized by who's who. So this is great when you're actually reaching out to these people, because you can send the video to the right email as opposed to going to the contact us page and spending 2 to 3 to 5 minutes trying to find the best email. Next thing is it allows us to see the date and time that the email is opened. So when you actually send the email, right before you hit send, there's a little button, and once you turn it on next to the send button inside your Google or any mail provider that you use, it will actually tell you if someone opened the email. So you send it, you go back to the email, and it will say this person opened the email at 12:30 p.m. on January 1st. You can also see if it's viewed on desktop and mobile, and I find this pretty cool, right? The fact that you can see it's desktop and mobile won't really do anything for you, but it does offer the fact that you can see that. Also, what it will do is it will allow you to see how many times the email has been opened. So this is very cool, because I had one email that was actually opened 10 times, and I was like, damn, this business owner came back to the email 10 different times. What this tells me is that there's a high level of interest, as opposed to someone who opened it once or opened it 0 times. So this is pretty cool, because the more times the email has opened, meaning this customer came back to this email multiple times, which will essentially tell us that we need to follow up with them. So that is Hunter.io. Now let's go to LOOM, and LOOM allows you to record your screen with the option of recording yourself in the screen. So as you guys can see here, this is exactly actually what I'm using. What's cool is LOOM, you can record your face, you can actually make it full screen, right? Sorry about the darkness, it's 1 a.m. when I'm recording this video, but this is what's cool about LOOM, is you can actually do that, right? It allows you to record your screen, it allows you to move this wherever you would like, and what's also cool about it, which let's see, we'll go over that now, is it notifies you when a video has been opened. So when you send a video to an individual, it will send you an email saying that someone viewed your video for the first time. Okay. Now, this plan, they have a free plan, and then it's $499 a month. So for the free plan, I believe you have up to 100 videos. And then after 100 videos, you have to buy the paid plan, which I think is either $5 or $10. I have 2 accounts with each account almost, so one account over 1,000, the other account at around 800. It's so well worth the $5 to $10 a month, because you get unlimited videos, and it's a really awesome platform that I use literally every single day. And the last thing with LOOM, so with LOOM, it'll send you an email, like we said. You could record yourself, send a video to an individual. What's great about it is it gives you a link. Okay, so it gives you a link, and you can send it to that person, as opposed to, let's say, recording the video, downloading it, open it to Google Drive, uploading it to Google Drive, and then sending it to someone. This does it via a link. So LOOM Outreach, that's the second tool that we're going to be using. And then the last one is we're going to use the lead tracker, which is a Google Sheet
spreadsheet that we put together, which allows you to store all your prospects in one leads. It allows you to stay organized by filtering prospects based on where they are in the customer journey, kind of like how we spoke in the beginning of this video. And that is the tools. Okay, those are the 3 tools that we're going to be using. Again, for Loom and Hunter.io, please refer to the other video where we go over the 9 tools if you need more clarifications on how those work. Now I want to go ahead and talk about the 6-step process. Okay, so the 6-step process for the perfect cold video pitch. So I'm going to show you a step-by-step process on how I personally go about pitching prospects. What you should take from this is the formula plus my script and tweak it to fit your niche, your agency, and your experience. So I'm basically giving you guys the framework, okay? And what I would like you to do is tweak it, because so I'm basically going to go ahead and give you guys the actual framework and give you guys examples and show you even a video of, me doing this. And what you want to take away is, how can I take this and tweak it to my own niche, my experience, and my agency? Okay, so I'll give you the framework and you'll go ahead and tweak it based on exactly what you're offering as well as your niche. So step number 1 is establish who you are and what you want. Okay, so within the first 10 seconds of the video, you need to establish exactly who you are and why the heck you are sending them this video. Okay, business owners don't have the time to mess around. Okay, if you don't tell them who you are and why you're sending this video within the first 10 seconds, there's a good chance that they're not going to watch past the first 10 seconds. So my hook when doing this perfect cold video pitch was within the first 3 seconds. I say the purpose of this video is to show you how we generated $450,000 in 30 days for this brand with Facebook and Instagram ads. Now it's a little bit different. I actually, the numbers are different and a bit more specific, but you get the point, right? Within the first 10 seconds, they know that the purpose of this video is I'm going to show you how we generated $500,000 in 30 days for a brand very similar to yours with Facebook and Instagram ads. Automatically they're like, huh, okay, cool, great, I want to watch this. Or maybe they don't want to watch it, but the point is that we conveyed the message to them that this is what they're going to expect in this video. Okay, now before you start rambling on, it's important to spend a few seconds telling them what they can look forward to in the next few minutes. Give them a reason as to why they should spend 5 or 10 minutes of their time listening to what you have to say. Okay, so after I tell them exactly, who I am and the point of this video, the purpose of this video. So the purpose of this video is giving them a glimpse of like, why am I sending this? Okay. Now what I want to do is establish what they can expect in the next 5 minutes. Okay. So it's kind of the same thing, but different. The beginning is, here's the purpose of this video. Okay, great. Now I know why this person sent me this. And then the next thing is, here's what he's going to show me in the next 5-10 minutes. So for me personally, this is what I say. Now what I'm going to do in the next 5 minutes is show you the different ad platforms that we advertised on, as well as show you exactly how much we spent versus how much we generated for this brand within your niche selling very similar products. This way you can go ahead and compare the results that we're able to generate this client to the results that you are currently getting with your ads. Okay, so you guys see, like, in, I don't know how long that is, maybe 15 seconds or so, definitely two sentences, I gave them an idea as to what they look forward to. And if we go ahead and dissect this, okay, so I say here, what I'm going to do in the next 5 minutes, show you the different platforms that we're advertising on, because this person in particular that I'm pitching, most businesses that I'm pitching are already running ads. So I'm showing them, I'm telling them I'm going to show you different ad platforms that we advertised on for brands very similar to you, selling similar products within your same niche. So if I was an e-commerce brand owner and someone sent me this video, I'm like, okay, well, I want to see what my competitors are doing. Okay, I want to see the different platforms they're advertising on. And then the next sentence I say, this way you can go ahead and compare the results I'm going to share with you in this case study to the results that you're currently getting from your ads. So this is like the cherry on top. What I'm telling them here is like, okay, I see that you're running ads, right? And I'm going to compare the results that we got to the results that you got. And again, if I was an e-commerce brand owner, I'm going to want to watch that, okay? Because it's not every day that you see real-time results that competitors of yours are actually generating, okay? Right? You guys have to understand, like, we're using like fundamental human psychology when we're pitching, and you can start to see why this is significantly more important than or more effective than, let's say, doing
email blast, right? Because we're literally giving them, we're feeding into what they want, okay? Which in this case is they want to see what John down the street is doing. They want to see what their competitors are doing, okay? So this right here is the next thing that I say, which, like I said, is basically giving them something forward, right? We're leading and pacing. We're telling them this is what you can look forward to in the next 5 minutes. That is step one, establishing who we are and what we want, okay? Now, step number 2 is establishing authority and social proof. So now that we have established, now that they know who we are, the purpose of this video, and what they're going to learn in the next 5 minutes, we have to go ahead and establish some authority, okay? So before you go into detail into your prospects, before you can go into detail to what your prospect needs to know, you got to tell them a little bit about yourself. So over here, you want to spend 45 to 60 seconds, build some social proof and authority on your eyes. In their eyes. So the way I look at this perfect cold video pitch, at least the way I've constructed it, guys, is that it's like a building block. It's like you're building a house. Every brick has a purpose that it's there. So everything that we're saying is being said with purpose, okay? In this case, like I said, we established who we are, what the point of the video is, what they can learn, okay? And now we want to go ahead and tell them a little bit about ourselves, okay? So that they can like and trust us, okay? So by the time we get on the call, they already know a bit about us. And again, we want to use social proof here. So how do we do that? Well, we do that by positioning ourselves as someone who can really help them based on past and current experience. And you can do this by going over the following. Explain that you're a specialist in the niche of your certain service, the number of clients you've worked with, the total money that you spent on Facebook or other platforms, or the total revenue that you have generated your clients. So here, what I typically say, let me actually see if I shared something here. I'll actually show you here. So let me go to this, okay? So I messed up with the slide. This is actually supposed to be right after here. So these are the 4 things that we're going to do. Establish that we're a specialist in the niche, the number of clients that we worked with, total money that we spent on Facebook ads, as well as total revenue we generated for our clients. Now, here's exactly what I say, okay? This is exactly what I say, okay? What I tell them is a little bit about myself. Again, my name is MJ. I own SF Analytica, a digital marketing agency that helps Muslim/Arab brands scale their business with paid ads. Over the past 15 months, we've worked with 12 brands, spending over $10 million in ad spend and generating them over $35 million in revenue. Okay, so if we go back to these 5 things, you'll see here that we explained that we're a specialist in that specific niche. In this case, my niche is e-commerce, and even more niche down, Arab and Muslim brands. So we tell them we work with Arab/Muslim brands. We identified ourselves as a specialist within that niche, automatically connecting with them and their brand. We then talk about the number of clients that we worked with. Okay, we've worked with 12 brands, we worked with 12 brands. That's what we mentioned here, number of clients that we worked with. Total money you spent on Facebook, we say we've spent this much money on Facebook. We spent $10 million on Facebook and different ad platforms. And then total revenue generated between me and my media buyer, ever since we started running ads, we've generated a total of $35 million. So I hope you guys see here like the 4 steps of establishing authority. Okay, and again, we're just adding brick on brick. So this is exactly how you would go ahead and do that. Now, maybe you don't have these numbers or you don't have this expertise, and obviously this is not your niche. But like I said in the beginning of this video, you're going to tailor this to fit your niche, your experience, and the services that you're offering. Okay, so that is step number 2, establishing authority. And you're going to do that by mentioning these 4 things. And over here, you want this to be 40 to 60 seconds. As you guys can see here, like this was less than 40 seconds. Me reading this was maybe like, 20 seconds. You want to make this quick. The point of this is just we want to establish authority, show some social proof, and then just move on to the next thing. Now, step 3, showcasing current clients. So as we mentioned, we have helped X amount of clients. In the previous step, we realized that a lot of our clients, turned prospects, tend to ask us if they see the brands that we're currently working with. So I don't recommend you skip this if you have current or past clients, especially if they are in the same niche. So what I'm getting at here is that the brands that we've worked with in the past, they actually tell us, well, can you show me some results, So what I did before, I didn't used to do this, but I started doing it, which was showcasing results just really quick, just so that people know that we're not, lying to them, quite honestly, right? Because when you tell someone I've spent $10 million in ad spend and generated $35 million in revenue, sometimes they're like, I don't know, man, these people pitch me all the time. How do I know you're telling the truth or lying? So what we like to do is we like to go ahead and, instead of having them ask us, can you show us results? We do that before they even ask us, okay? So we take a few seconds here, maybe a minute or so, to actually show them some results, okay? And again, if you have results already and you've worked with clients in the past, and especially if they're in the same niche, I highly recommend that you don't skip this. I highly recommend that you actually show the results, because from my experience, even the people that became clients still asked us to see this. So you can imagine if they're not a client, they're just going to be more skeptical. Now, the goal here is to install FOMO in your prospect by showing them John from down the street is doing and how the prospect is doing him or herself a disservice by not offering his service, by not using your service. So here, not only are we showing them results because we realize that clients want to see results, but we also want to go ahead and install FOMO in them, okay? Keep in mind, we're pitching the same niche. People that are in the same niche most likely selling similar products, if not the same product. So when we show them, we're like, hey, look what John down the street is doing. Here's how we were able to generate him results. And guess what? If you are not doing it, you're doing yourself and your business and your family a disservice. Okay, so again, the goal here, one of the goals, is to install FOMO and let them know that they need to use our services. Now, if you're already working with a skincare brand and your prospect is a skincare brand, this sets you up for success, because the client will be able to relate and get a sense of FOMO. So again, I'm just using the example here. If you are a skincare brand, right, you worked with skincare brand and you're showing them results of skincare brand. Well, guess what? If I'm a skincare brand owner and you're showing me these results and I'm not doing what you're showing me, I'm going to have a sense of FOMO, okay, for the most part. So that is step number 3, is showcasing current results, okay? Now, step number 4 is actually pulling out the receipts, okay? And what do we mean here, okay? So pulling out the receipts is, if you actually share results of current campaigns with your prospect, then you will significantly increase the likelihood that they will book a meeting with your agency. The goal here is to show them the best results, daily, weekly, monthly results. And if your prospect hires you, it will be to generate them more money. So skip the unimportant metrics and get to the metrics that they actually care about. So it's not enough to, just tell them we've worked with this brand and we've generated them this much. It's actually really important that you show them this in real time. So you guys see this video here. This is a video that I recorded just showing, like Facebook ads that we generated for a client, over the last, certain amount of days. And this right here, we generated them $458,000 and we spent $86,000 in revenue. Okay, so we're showing them real-time results, and not only that, we're showing them the metrics that they care about. How much did we spend? How much did we generate? And exactly what was the ROAS? Okay, so this is what we mean by pulling out the receipts very quickly. You don't have to make this super long. Very quickly, within 30 seconds to a minute, glance over some results that you've generated, because that's just going to make you more authoritative, and it will actually put you in a better position for them to actually go ahead and book a call with you, which is the objective of this LOOM video. I don't know if I mentioned it in the beginning. The objective of this video is not to sell your service. It is simply to sell the meeting. Everything that you do in this video is for the sole purpose to book a call. Okay, if you keep that in the back of your mind, you're going to be able to articulate yourself better when you're pitching your prospects. Okay, because a lot of people, what I realized is that I myself used to do this. I will make the video with the end goal of like selling them my service. No. Okay, I just want them to get on a call with me so that I can explain how we can do this to them. Because guess what? It's so much easier for me to close them on a call as opposed to over a video. Okay, when I get on a call with them, I can actually ask questions, see what their pain points are, and then figure out a solution from there. So last thing I want to mention on this is that make sure that when you are doing this LOOM,
outreach, you have in the back of your mind that the purpose you're doing this is to actually sell the meeting, not the actual service. Now, step number 4.B, okay, 4B, if you don't have results, because I've shared this with a few people. They're like, well, great, bro, but I don't have results to show them. Maybe you're just someone that's starting out. Well, here's what I would do if you don't have any results to show. So if you don't have any results to show your prospect, you can leverage your competitors, right, your prospects' competitors to your advantage by doing the following. Number one, you can research and make a list of prospects that are most relevant to your competitors. Number two, you can use the Facebook ad library and see if they are running ads. Number three is for competitors who are running ads, you can use them as receipts, okay? And here, what you're going to do is you're going to show the prospects the different ads that they're running, from, the ad copy, the creative, the headline, so on and so forth. Let them know that they're leaving money on the table if they are not running ads. So very much similar to how we pulled out the receipts and we showed them that here's how much we spent, how much we generated over, the last yesterday's 7 days, 14 days, 365 days, so on and so forth. If you don't have results, you can leverage your competitors, okay? You leverage your competitors' results. And you do this by showing them, different ads that they're running. Because most of the time, the business owner that you're pitching probably has not done research on their competitors, at least currently, and see the ads that they're running. So leverage that to your advantage, man, okay? And show them that the ads that they're running. And the end goal is that you're telling them, look, man, here's what John is doing, and you're not doing that. There's a good chance you're leaving money on the table. And guess what? That'll pique their interest to actually go ahead and book a call. Now, obviously, if you have receipts, it's going to be significantly easier to book a call, okay? Not everyone's going to book a call, but your likelihood of booking a call is going to be much higher. But if you don't have receipts, you have to work with what you have. If you don't have results, case studies, you have to work with what you have. What I've realized is this process that I'm showing you, which is showing them their competitors and dissecting their ads and letting them know they're leaving money on the table, is the best way to go about it if you don't have results to show for. Now, step number 5, breaking down why paid ads work. Okay, so essentially here what I've realized is that, a lot of clients, they think of ads as a waste of money, maybe because they got burned by an agency, or they try to do it themselves, or they just don't, it's ignorance, right? They don't know what they don't know. Well, what I realized is that we want to go ahead and educate them within this video as to why ads is a good idea. And I'm going to go ahead and show you how we do that. So most business owners know that in order to scale their business, they need to invest in marketing, paid ads, marketing, and SEO, but they don't understand how crucial and effective it is to doing so. So if you ask any business owner, they know that marketing works, right? That you have to do marketing, right? But they don't know how crucial it is, again, because they might have been screwed over, or they tried to do it themselves and it didn't work. So after pitching many prospects, we realized that explaining this can be the deciding factor to them booking a discovery call with us, or simply ignoring our email. Now, depending on who you're pitching, educating your prospect on how you're able to generate them results goes a long way. Okay, so educating them on exactly how you can generate them results. Going back to the definition of a perfect cold video pitch, CPR, clear process to revenue. We want to go ahead and educate them on a clear process to revenue on how they can go from here to here. Okay. Now, here are a few ways we go about educating our prospects on Facebook ads. One thing you can do is you can open up the audience section and show them the best performing or relevant audience that you have set. So, for example, when we were running ads and, broad targeting wasn't the best thing to do. It was more of like niche targeting, and I was pitching Muslim/Arab brands. I would literally go into Ads Manager and I was like, okay, well, I showed you the results that we generated. I showed you what competitors are doing. Let me show you now why this works. And I would go into, the audience section, and I would show them, look, your end consumer is an Arab and a Muslim gal or girl or guy, okay? And look at this. You can target people based on topics that they like. So you can target people based on Islam, the Quran, Hadith, Kanafa, right? Like different foods, different countries. You can target them based on all these different topics that the person that I'm pitching is an Arab and a Muslim, and they understand. And then they're like, oh my God, that's so freaking awesome, right? I didn't know that you can target people based on these different interests. And the people that like these things are people that are my end consumer. So I used to find that this was a great way of doing so. Now, obviously, with Facebook ads, it's more of broad, if you will. It's generally more broad, but this can still work. Even if you're not using the audience section, the fact that you tell them, for example, with the creative,
we're trying to reach an ideal audience. So we're speaking to an ideal audience. So this is why this works, because we craft the message to a specific audience. Second thing you can do is you can explain to them how granular you can get when targeting people on Facebook. So, for example, one of our clients used to sell clothing for people that are about to get married. And one way that I showed them how we can get them results was I was like, well, look, people that are engaged, you can target people that are engaged. Okay. They're like, wait, really? I'm like, yeah, they update their status to engaged. Facebook used to have this feature. I don't know if it still does, honestly, but where you can actually target people who are going to get married. Okay. And for them, that was just like, it was eye-opening for them, because they're like, I'm selling products to people who are about to get married, and the fact that I can target people who are engaged is crazy. That is my ideal audience. So show them how really granular you can get. You can go a step further and show them that you can target by different age, right? Different genders, different political affiliations, right? And you watching this video, you're probably like, dude, that's basic information. Yeah, it's basic information to me and you, but guess what? The average business owner doesn't know this. To them, this is like mind blowing. Okay, and sometimes we're disconnected with reality, guys. Okay, sometimes we're in our own bubble as marketers or as aspiring marketers, and we forget that the average person doesn't know what we know. Okay, they don't know that you can get this granular. I used to always assume when I was starting out, that everyone knew these things. And until I was like, okay, just like I don't know, specific things about, I don't know, like let's say knitting, for example, or ice skating or hockey. Like there's so many things that to the average individual who likes these things, they're like, yeah, I know what this is. This is basic. But to me, I don't know that, right? So you don't know what you don't know. And when it comes to marketing, these business owners are very much in that same boat. So the fact that we can explain how granular we can get with Facebook goes a long way, just like the example I gave you with a client that I had that had products for married people. And when I told them that you can target people that are engaged, to them that was mind-blowing. And to be honest, I think that was the deciding factor as to why they decided to move forward with us. Next thing is explain how Facebook has over 5,000 data points on every single user. If you guys have not watched the movie The Great Hack, The Great Hack, highly recommend you watch it. Okay, it's a movie about Cambridge Analytica, which actually, funny enough, is where I got the inspiration for my agency name, San Francisco Analytica. I love that documentary. Now I don't agree with what they did or what they didn't do, but the idea is it was really inspiring to see how you can shift. Okay, like these guys, if you guys don't know the story, I'll give you a quick gist of it. Cambridge Analytica was a marketing agency that helped Ted Cruz as well as Donald Trump with their election. Okay, and through marketing, they were able to swing the election some points, which ended up getting Donald Trump elected. Now, whether it's right or wrong, Obama did this as well. Obama was one of the first presidents to actually utilize social media in an election. Okay, so not to be political, but Obama and everyone else does this. Everyone else utilizes social media when it comes to actually running campaigns. The moral of the story is Cambridge Analytica, because they did a documentary on them, these guys really went into the psychology of the actual end user. So for example, for when they were trying to target Trump voters or people that are on the wing of either voting Trump or Clinton, they did this test, right? This ocean test, the Big Five, and they basically figured out, okay, who are people that care about gun rights? Okay, who are people that care about abortion? And those people that care about those things, they served them those ads. Why? Because Facebook has over 5,000 data points, and on top of that, Cambridge Analytica was also using information that they got based on these tests that these people submitted. So when I watched that video for the first time in 2016, I was just like, whoa. I'm like, oh my God, this is so insane. Imagine if you actually use this for good, right? And that's exactly what we did. That's exactly what we do. We use the fact that we have over 5,000 data points on every single, US American user, or, anyone in the world for that matter. is insane, because if we have a client that sells a good product or a good service, and we can leverage the data point of individuals to serve them good ads, good product, and a good experience, then I think we're doing something good. I don't think it's bad. Okay. So when I explain to that, I like to do this on a call, on the sales call. When I do that, obviously you want to do it here in the video, but in the LOOM video that you're doing to outreach. But on the call, I really delve deep into this. And this just blows people's mind, when I explain it to them, especially business owners. The fact that they have over 5,000 data points. One thing I tell my prospects when I get on a call with them is, I'm like, how many things about yourself do you know? They're like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, that, you're a female or you're a male. We know that you're, 35 years old. We know that you're married, 2 kids, all these different things. How much of these do you know? They're probably like maybe about 300 things that I know about myself. I'm like, Facebook knows 5,000 data points on you. It knows you better than you. Like, I don't even think I know 100 things about myself, let alone 5,000. So again, I digress, but this right here is insane. I like to explain this to clients because they're really just mind blown as to how powerful Facebook ads or any ad platform can be to actually generate them good results. Okay. And lastly, we go over how we can essentially target everyone that has visited their site, engaged with their social media, and watched a video. So again, this is probably very basic for me and you. Once someone engages with any assets that we have, we can retarget them. Well, guess what? Business owners, they don't know that. Okay, they don't know that you can retarget. Not all, but most business owners don't know this. Okay, so we like to mention that. So again, really here, the objective with step number 5 is we're breaking down why paid ads for all the reasons all the examples I just gave you as to how we go about doing that. The objective here is to break down why it works, because you and I might know it works, but the average business owner doesn't. Now, step number 6 is selling the meeting. So conclude the video with telling your prospects that you can talk about this for hours, but you respect their time, and you will end the video here. Now, here's how I personally end all of my perfect cold video pitch. Quote, now I can sit here and talk about this for hours, but I respect your time, so I'm going to go ahead and keep this short. If you would like to discuss this in further detail, I would love to hop on a call with you and discuss anything I mentioned here in more depth. That way you can go ahead and schedule a call using my Calendly link below. With that being said, I hope you got some value from this video, and I would appreciate your feedback on this video. End quote. So that's exactly how I go ahead and end my meeting. Now, just real quick, a couple of things here. I always end it with, I can talk about this for hours, okay, but I respect your time, so let's go ahead and get on a call, okay? Just to let them know that everything that you like, obviously when they're watching this video, they don't understand that there's a system that we put together to pitch them. Okay, so we're hitting them with value, and then we're like, we can talk about it more, but hey, I don't have time to do this video, I don't want to make it longer, let's hop on a call. Okay, and we tell them you can do so by clicking the link below. Okay, now we don't just end there. What we also do is we just provided you value, Mr. Business Owner, okay? And we want you to reciprocate, okay? If you guys don't know, reciprocity, I'm pronouncing it wrong, but reciprocity is a bias, okay? If there's 2 double doors, right? We're going into the mall, there's a door here and a door here. You open the door for me to allow me to go in, and then I go through this door. I'm going to hold the door for you because you opened it for me. I'm not just going to slam it in your face. Very much what we're trying to do here, okay? We're playing into the prospect psyche. In this case, we're saying, with that being said, I hope you got some value out of this video, because clearly if they're still watching till this point, then for sure they got some value, okay? Either a ton of value, if not a little bit of value. Point being is they got some value. And then what we tell them now is we're like, we want you to reciprocate. How do we do that? We tell them, I would appreciate if you, I would appreciate your feedback on this video. Now, what do we mean here? We're essentially telling them, book the damn meeting, man. Book the damn meeting. Let's hop on a call. But guess what? Maybe they don't want to hop on a call. Maybe they don't even want our services. But the fact that we mention this here, I don't know the metrics, but I get people that reply back like to me, even if they're not interested. And why is that? Because they're like, man, this guy is so nice. every other asshole agency owner is sending me a bunch of random ass emails, but this guy took the time to break down my website, my marketing, show me what he's doing for other clients, show me all these things, and he's saying that I hope I got some value, and all he wants is my feedback. The rest I can do is take literally 5 seconds to reply back to this email. Okay, so again, we're playing into that reciprocity. And even if they don't book a call, I've gotten some emails back where they're like, hey man, thank you so much for the video. We're actually good right now, but if we need anything, we'll contact you in the future. And to me, that is a win, okay? Like, that's not a loss. The fact that I got them to reply back to me, now I know, okay, great, this business owner is not interested now. Maybe I can follow up with them in 6 months, right? Or a year, whatever the case may be. So with that being said, this is how we sell the meeting. You want to conclude the video with this right here. And I think this is the best way to conclude the video. Do not just end the video like that, okay? Don't record this whole thing to just end the video. It's kind of like how someone does a really awesome presentation and then they end it with, so yeah. Dude, that just devalues everything that you mentioned. You want to end the video strong. End the video with the reciprocity bias. End the video with, I can talk about this and more, but let's go ahead and schedule a call. Make a call to action, okay? So with that being said, that is how we sell the meeting. And as I mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have this linked down below. Again, it's going to be the script, which is going to give you the exact script step by step, okay, on what you are going to do. So we have the intro hook, leading expectations, authority, social proof. This video basically explains it all, and then the script is going to give you the actual written copy. Also on the script, as I mentioned earlier, is going to be a link to a video that I sent to a prospect. So highly recommend you check that out if you want to see a real life video that I've sent to the prospect. That way you can go ahead and record a few of your own and then compare it to mine. So I think with the video example, with the script, and with this video training that I just gave you, if you record, 5 to 20 videos, you're only going to get better and better. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to seeing you in the next training, because what I'm going to show you in the next training is how you can cut this 10 to 15 minute video pitch down to just 1 minute. How we're going to be able to automate this, and now it takes us 1 minute to pitch one client as opposed to 15 minutes recording the same video.
So in a previous video, I shared with you guys what is arguably one of the best LOOM outreach strategies for agency owners looking to close more deals. Well, in this video, I'm going to go ahead and share with you guys how you can automate that exact process from a 15-minute video down to just a 1-minute video. In other words, this video is going to show you how you can record a 60-second personalized video for each prospect, yet it will still be as effective as the initial LOOM outreach strategy. This means that you'll be able to record over 100 videos in less than 2 hours, which, if you probably know, is crucial when looking to book more calls and close more deals, due to the fact that now we can do this at scale. Now, if you haven't watched the initial LOOM outreach training, I highly recommend that you watch that first, because this video will actually make more sense once you understand the actual framework of the outreach. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get right into it.
So now that you understand the perfect cold video pitch and how to actually structure your LOOM outreach, I'm going to go ahead and show you exactly how you can automate this. That way, instead of taking 10 to 15 minutes to record a LOOM video, you can go ahead and record just one video within 1 minute. Okay, and we're going to show you exactly how to go ahead and automate it. Just for reference, both this document that we're going to go over, as well as this other document, which actually includes 2 scripts. The actual script, where you will actually plug in your name and your service and the brand that you're reaching out to, but then also this script right here, which is the exact script from this video example that I'm going to go ahead and link down below to you guys. So as you can see here, this is a 1 minute 8-second video, and this is what I do when I'm reaching out to most of my prospect, unless they are a VIP customer, someone that I know we can truly help and I really want to close them as a client. Then I'll go ahead and record a separate video, a 10-minute video directly for them. But for the most part, for most brands that I would reach out to, I record a video just like this. It's a 1 minute video, and this video is exactly like this video that you see here. The 1 minute 8-second video is the exact structure I'm going to go ahead and teach you in this LOOM outreach. So you'll find this video, you can take a look at it for reference. It'll be linked down here. And with that, we're going to go ahead and get started. Okay. And if you have not watched the LOOM outreach video, please do go back and watch that first one in the training, because it'll make this video will actually make way more sense. Now, I do want to note, okay, when you are just starting out, so if you're someone that's just starting out your agency, do not automate these SLOOMs right away, okay? Like to be honest with you, I didn't automate these SLOOMs until I've sent about 800 different LOOMs across, both agencies that I have started. The SEO agency as well as the paid ads agency. But I realized I'm like, okay, if I want to be doing volume, I have to automate this. But if you're just starting out, I recommend that you make it very personalized and record just regular 10-minute videos. But once you want to pump out volume, then you're going to go ahead and follow this process. So step number, let's go ahead. First thing is the objective. So what you want to do here is you want to spend 1 minute recording a perfect cold video pitch in the same time it takes to record a 10-minute video. So the objective with this automation is to record a 1-minute video in the same time that it would take us to record a full 10 to 15 minute. And the cool part is that it's personalized. You guys will see the way we structure this is we make it personalized, even though the rest of the video, the 9 or 10-minute rest of the video, is not going to be personalized, it's going to be generalized. But the people that you're reaching out to, they don't know that, because within this video, we're going to make it personalized, and then the rest just flows. Now, step number 1 is you want to go ahead and record a general LOOM outreach, so a general perfect cold video pitch without mentioning any prospect's name. Okay, here you want to go ahead and dive into the process of introducing yourself and the purpose of the video. So like we mentioned in the LOOM outreach video, this is why it's important to watch that video if you have not yet watched it. You're going to record a one-time video, okay? And in this video, you're going to make it perfect, okay? Even if you have to start it all over again, you want to make sure that it is perfect. Because what we're going to do, guys, is that we are going to use this base video that's 10 minutes, right? Or 9 minutes or 11 minutes, whatever the case may be, the main video, okay? And then we're going to go ahead and send that video to everyone. But before we do that, we're going to add a personalized video, which is this 1-minute video. So step number 1, record a general video. Don't mention any prospect's name. All you're doing in this video is introducing yourself, the purpose of the video, showing different case studies, and everything that I mentioned to you in the actual LOOM outreach video. Now, step number 2 is you want to, using a list of prospects, you want to reach out to, record a 60-second personalized video. So as you guys know, you're going to have a lead tracker, right? I'm sharing with you guys in this free training exactly how you're going to find these leads and how you're going to upload and organize them in your lead tracker. So now you have a list of prospects, right? You have a list of prospects, and for every single prospect, you're going to go ahead and record a 1-minute video, okay? And like I said, to see an example of what that 1-minute video looks like, go ahead and check out this video right here, which literally, is a perfect example of everything that I'm teaching you here. Now, the automation process. So how does this automation process work? Well, now that you have both the main LOOM video and the 60-second personalized video, you want to go ahead and do the following, which is editing the two together. You can eventually have a VA do this, okay? So now what you want to do, you have LOOM video, right? That's 10 minutes. That's the actual case study. And then you have the 60-second personalized video. Inside of LOOM, you're going to go ahead and edit these videos together. And I personally have a VA that does this. If you join our SMMA Blueprint program, we have a VA that will handle all this for you. But if you are not, and if you want to do it yourself, totally can do it yourself. It won't take you no more than, honestly, 20 seconds to actually edit them together. And the way you're going to do that is step 1, you're going to go ahead and open your 60-second personalized video. And on the left-hand side, you're going to click on Edit, choose and split and trim. So let's say this is the video right here. You're going to click on Edit. You're going to go ahead and click on Split and Trim. And then over here you have Add Clip. So when you click on Add Clip, it's going to allow you to add another clip. And what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and copy, or we're going to go ahead and paste the actual LOOM video, right? 10-minute video that we recorded that we made perfect. We're going to add it to this clip, okay? And then once you're done, you're going to hit publish, and now you have the personalized video with the main video all in one video. So when the prospect, watches this, right? Let's take a look. When they watch this, it's going to start by you talking personalized to them, sharing their website, right? Everything that we teach you in the outreach process, you're going to be sharing their website. You're going to introduce yourself, talk about what the video is about. But then after 1 minute, it's going to be the case study, okay? And you and I know this because I'm teaching you this process, but the person watching this, right, the prospect that you're reaching out to, they don't know that this is not a 100% personalized video, right? even though the beginning is. So that's really the whole point, okay? So again, click add clip, and then you'll choose the main Loom video to the 60-second personalized video, and then you'll go ahead and click save and title the video. So I recommend you title your videos. Now Loom just actually, within the last couple of months, they actually generate you a really awesome title based on the words that you're saying in the video. I recommend that you make sure the video is titled properly. So this is actually a good title, case study on how we generated $1.8 million for a niche brand. We can send it out to them, because you got to keep in mind when you send it to them, it's going to pop up in their email, the name of the video and the thumbnail. Okay, so make sure that you're titling it appropriately, with the end goal of the title and the thumbnail is to actually get them to click through and actually watch the video. So in terms of the thumbnail, we always start the video on their website, okay? That way, when they open the email and they, see their website, they're like, oh wait, like, what is this about? What is this guy talking about? They're automatically inclined to actually watch the video. Like, honestly, all the videos that we send, it has a really high click-through rate, right? People actually watching the video if they open the email. And the reason that is because they see their website, okay? They're like, who the hell is this guy sharing my website? Let me see what he has to say. So that is, how you can optimize the click-through rate is by making a title that is going to intrigue them to click through, and at the same time having the thumbnail be their website, okay? So that's how you're going to do that. Now, here's some things that you need to keep in mind, okay? First thing is that you only need to record the main video once, okay? So I highly, highly, highly implore you to take your time on brainstorming exactly what you are going to say and make sure that it is great. And if you have to redo it 5 times, it's completely okay, because this is going to go ahead and pay dividends for you in the future, because it's going to be an evergreen video. Okay, so I've literally, guys, like in the last video where I teach you the Loom outreach and I give you the script, I think it's like a 30-minute video. I break down how to literally craft the perfect video. And as I mentioned in that video, you're going to be awkward at first, when you first record your first few videos, but it's going to get better over time. So what I recommend you do if you're automating this process, especially if you're doing it from the start, is that you make sure you get it right, okay? Like, don't settle for a video that is not perfect, even if you have to record it 5 times, 10 times, because guess what? This video, you only need to, once it's great, that's it, okay? You're going to go ahead and send the same video to all the prospects. The only difference is going to be the intro video, which, is only 1 minute long. So make sure you get this right, because like I said, it could be the deciding factor as to if they, decide to book a call with you or not. And if you're going through all this hassle, might as well make this great, man. Have a higher chance of them actually being interested in the video and booking a call with you and hopefully becoming a client. That's the first thing you should keep in mind. Now, the second thing is that before recording the main Loom video, be mindful of what you're going to wear and what your background looks like, okay? And the reason this is because the objective of this automation process is to give the prospect watching this video the assumption that you recorded this entire 10-minute video specifically for them. Okay, so I need you guys to really hear me out here, okay, because this is really important. So if, if you guys take a look at my setting right now, I'm wearing a hat, I'm wearing a white shirt, and have a blue light with a plant behind me, okay? If I'm recording the 60-second video like this, but then I add the 10-minute video and my background is different and I'm wearing something different, right away the client is going to know, because when they're watching the video, the first minute is going to be one background, and then after 1 minute, the rest of the video is going to be a totally different background and I'm wearing something totally different. So before you record your main video, make sure that you are mindful of what you're wearing. What I personally like to wear, I'm not wearing it in this, let's see what I'm wearing. Yeah, I'm just wearing a black t-shirt. So what I like to wear is a black dress-up shirt. I think this is because this is very recent, but for like 2 years, everything that I wore when I was recording these videos has always been a black t-shirt, okay? And the reason that is because whenever I'm doing outreach, I know that I can just throw on that black t-shirt, have the same background, and I know that it's going to be the same for the personalized as well as for the main video. So highly recommend that you make sure you're mindful, because the last thing you want to do is have a different background and be wearing different clothing with your 60-second personalized video, and then with your main LOOM video. So again, make sure you're wearing the same recording with the main video as well as the 60-second intro. And like I said, a plain white or black t-shirt is sufficient. So what is the verdict? Okay, the verdict of everything that I'm telling you is that because it only takes you 60 seconds to record a 10-minute video for a prospect, you can now record 100 plus videos in 2 hours. Okay, so when if you are just starting out, or if you're looking to scale your agency, the only thing you guys should be focusing on is prospecting. Okay, if you are working 5 hours a day, okay, then 3 to 4 of those hours should be spent on prospecting, because that is literally like what you're trying to do. You don't have no clients, you want to get clients, so spend most of your time on prospecting. So you can imagine if you actually follow this automation process, within 2-3 hours you can have 100 videos recorded. And guess what? 100 personalized videos. So, if you send 100, maybe you get 1 or 2 people to book a call, maybe more, I don't know. But the point is that, this process is going to allow you to pump out more videos at scale. Okay, so again, only takes you 60 seconds. You can pump out 100 plus in a couple of hours. And with that said, that really concludes this video. Now, I recommend that you guys check out the script, because although I did provide you the script to the actual LOOM video in the last video, this is going to be for the 60-second personalized video. And let's just kind of go over it briefly. So here we say, hello there to the founders of Brand Name. My name is your name. The point of this video is to share with you a case study on how we were able to, and then insert results here. So very much like how I broke down the last script for the LOOM outreach. And I'm not going to go over it here because literally we, dissected every single part of it in the last video. You want to make sure that, you follow this process, because as we mentioned in the last video, the first few seconds is very important. Within the first few seconds, you have to get the message across as to your name, right? And why the heck are you making this video? Like, why should I even spend the 10 minutes watching this video? You want to give them something to look forward to. And again, following the same protocol that we explained to you in the last video, we want to give them something that we that they can actually expect in the next few minutes. So we tell them exactly what we're going to share with them. And yeah, right here, this script in particular, although this is general, I took out my name and I just put brand name, so you're going to go ahead and insert your results. What I did not do that you might have to do is tailor this to what you are pitching, or what that client, the prospect that you're talking about, what is the thing that you're telling them. Okay, so for example, here I said, I actually came across your brand on IG and I see you guys have some amazing real content, and I was curious to see if you guys were utilizing these UGC pieces to run ads, right? So the brand that I'm talking about, most of them that I'm pitching have some really great reels on Instagram and even on TikTok. So my angle is that, hey man, I see that you guys are spending money, already producing this content. So I wanted to see if you guys were using UGC ads to actually, get results, make more sales. And guess what? The reason I'm mentioning this is because that is the one thing that I'm going to talk about in my LOOM outreach video, is how UGC is the best form of creative right now. So as you guys can see here, everything within my script, everything that I see has a reason. There isn't one sentence that is being said for no reason, right? Everything is like articulated. And I give you guys the framework in the last video in terms of the pitch on the entire video, right? What to say within the entire video. And here you guys are going to be able to see the exact script for the first 10 seconds. Now this right here, this script is the example from this video. So if you look at this video, you see the transcript. I basically just copied everything I said in this video and I went ahead and I pasted it here, just in case you're curious, with some timestamps. So with that said, go ahead and get access to these 2 documents, as well as this example video that you can take a look at. And again, guys, I really implore you to take my advice here when I said that you need to make your main video great, even if you have to redo it 5 to 10 times, because it's going to be evergreen. Once you have it, great. Once you think it's quality content, then you're not going to have to record it for a long time, okay?
Finding reliable contractors and employees for your social media marketing agency can honestly feel like a daunting task if you don't know where to look. Fortunately for you guys, this is going to be the last video that you're going to need to watch as to how to hire contractors or even where to go ahead and find them. This is the same exact process that I have been using to hire media buyers, virtual assistant, admin assistant, as well as 6 graphic designers and video editors for my agency. Now, for some odd reason, some of the stuff I'm going to share with you guys in this video, I've seen other YouTubers, they tend to hold this information or they don't give you all the information. But in this video, I'm going to show you guys everything, all the places that, people don't want you to know about, as well as the exact things that you should be looking for. So I implore you guys to watch this video in its entirety, because like I said, this will be the last video you'll need to watch if you are looking to hire employers or contractors, whether that be administrative assistants, virtual assistants, media buyers, graphic designers, any sort of talent for that matter. And at the end of this video, you're going to be able to have access to, again, the exact document as to where to find these people, as well as the exact protocol and questions that I ask when looking to hire contractors. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get into the training.
So by the time you finish watching this video, you are going to have a thorough understanding as to where is the best place to hire a employee or a contractor for the least amount possible, okay? Now, this is going to be cheap for us, whether you're living in the US, Canada, or UK, and it's going to be much lower for people in a third world country. But if you think about it, it's actually going to be better for them, and which I'll explain to you what I mean shortly. So yeah, make sure you watch this video till the end, because I'm actually going to go ahead and give you access to this questionnaire sheet, which you will find linked down below, as well as this sheet. I'm actually also going to show you an example, a real life example of a bunch of different questions and the actual form that we have these VAs fill out, so we can go ahead and vet them and see if they're actually worth getting on a call with, as well as show you exactly where to go for these to find these people. Now, to go ahead and get started, what we're going to learn in this video is first what type of contractors to hire. In other words, like what type of contractor, not necessarily the service that they do, but the type, which over here I mean like from a second or third world country. Next, we're going to go ahead and go over where to find these contractors, so the different websites that we find, how much to go ahead and pay these contractors, so you can have a general idea as to what the pay would be for these types of contractors. And then lastly, we'll go ahead and go over how to qualify potential contractors. So first thing to go over is what type of contractors to hire. Well, I recommend you hire from overseas, okay? So for example, the average salary in a second and third world country is anywhere between $200 a month to $400 a month, compared to, let's say, someone in the US or the UK where the average salary is $2,000 to $5,000 a month. Guys, I just came from living 2.5 years in Egypt, and $400 a month goes a long way there. So you can imagine, $1,000 a month, okay? Like, people living in these third world countries, sometimes, I see some people are like, well, why are you paying these people very little? You should be paying them the same amount you would pay someone in the US. And it's like, no, the cost of living out there is different than out here. This is why, people go hire from there for cheaper talent. And the second thing to hire from overseas is that these individuals are very loyal, and they just want a promising opportunity where they can work from home and take care of their families. Like, I've hired, for my personal agency and for my personal tasks, I probably hired at least 15 people, but for the program that we're putting together, literally we've hired about 200 people, okay? And I know it's going to be in the thousands, within the next year or two. And I can tell you guys, like, most of these people are very loyal. They just want a job where they can work from home. They don't want to go out in the sun. They don't want a hard label job. They just want a job where they can work from home. And these people, tend to pay close attention to their work because, again, they value the opportunity. So this is the reason why we would hire from overseas as opposed to hiring from the US or the UK. One last thing I do want to mention here, I guess we're going to talk about it here. Let's actually go ahead and talk about it right now, okay? One last thing is, the people that say, well, why don't you pay these same people, the same salary that you would pay someone in the US? I mean, I can tell you guys right now, like, even though I'm showing you $200 to $400 a month, I take care of the contractors that work for me and my employees, which I'll actually show you shortly. My media buyer makes on average about $8,000 a month. Someone living in India getting paid $8,000 a month. That is insane. That's almost 1 million rupees, okay, which is really great. So I take care of my people. But even if you pay them, the prices that I'm telling you right now, think about it. It's still good for them. Okay. It's good for them because, in their country, they might make, $200 to $400, and they would have to bust their ass for literally 10 hours a day, 7 days a week. So the fact that they can work from home and make the same amount or more is great. Okay, so don't be discouraged by people saying you should be paying them the same salary as someone in the US. These people have never ran a business, and they honestly, quite frankly, just don't know what they're talking about. Next thing is how to pay to your contractors, or how much to pay your media buyer or contractor. Now, this video is really centered around media buyer, but this is really for hiring any talent. And if you are in our paid program, you guys should know that we actually are going to hire and train and vet these contractors and implement them in your business. Our done-for-you social media marketing agency blueprint. We actually do this for you, from media buyer to video editors to any talent that you need. But if you're watching this video and you don't join the program, I still want to provide you as much value as possible. This is why I'm actually going to go ahead and show you how much to pay them, where to look, and all that good stuff. But again, if you want to bypass all this and just get someone implemented in your business, well-trained and everything, then please do go ahead and contact us on how you can join our done-for-you social media marketing agency blueprint program. Nonetheless, option one is you can pay them a monthly fee. Okay, so how much to pay them? You can pay them a monthly fee. Again, I'm talking about media buyer here, but really for any contractor, of $300 to $700 a month, and these people can manage anywhere between 3 to 5 clients on multiple platforms. Okay, now this right here is objective, right? Like, when I say 300, 700, it depends on the expertise that person have. Okay. There's some media buyers that literally have spent like $10 million. They've been working for like 6, 7, 10 years with other agencies, and they spent, $5 to $10 million in ads. So these people are well experienced. So for them, they might actually ask for a little bit more, $1,500 to $2,000. But the average price is going to be anywhere between $300 to $700 for managing anywhere between 3 to 5 clients on multiple platforms. Now, this is option one, and this option is good if you are able to afford a media buyer with first few clients that you already have. Now, what's cool, even if you don't have the money to hire this media buyer, once you get a client, you can then go ahead and hire the media buyer. You just want to make sure that there isn't a lot of downtime. So, because if you close a client and then you hire a media, it takes you 2 weeks to get a media buyer, the client is going to be like, hey, why aren't the ads up and running? This is why, again, it's important to have the media buyer ready. But again, this is a good option for if you can't afford $300 to $700 or even $300 to $1,000 a month to hire a media buyer. Option two, okay, is a percentage of revenue. Okay, so this means that a percentage of the revenue based on the results they generate your client. So this option is good when you're starting out. Hence, you will only pay the media buyer based on how much they're able to generate your clients. Plus, you only pay them once you get paid from your client. So this option it's a hit or miss, to be honest with you. This is personally the option that I go to with my media buyer because, again, I want to take care of him. He's a good guy. Gets our clients great results. And with this right here, what we're essentially saying is that you will not come out of pocket to pay your media buyer only 30 days after they start working with your client. To give you an example, if you hire a media buyer, they generate your client in 1 month $20,000, and then you charge your client 10% of revenue. That means the client is going to pay you $2,000. Then your media buyer will get a percentage of that $2,000 that they generate you. Okay, so that's what we mean here with a percentage of revenue. Now let me actually show you guys, so you guys know that I'm not lying. A real life example of how much I paid my media buyer. So this is one transaction. This is our LLC, AdLogic, and as you can see here, AJ, right? I paid him $10,485. Okay, this is 1 month. This is 30 days worth of work, guys. 850,000 rupees. Okay, that is unheard of, paying a media buyer this much in India. Okay, like honestly, like find me someone else who's paying their media buyer this much. The reason I paid him this much, guys, is because I gave him the option. I was like, do you want to get paid monthly, or do you want to get paid a percentage of revenue? He said, I'd rather get paid a percentage of revenue, and I'm okay with that. So in this month, it was our best month. We generated all of our clients over $1 million in the month of November of 2022. So the way it works is that we get 10% of the revenue we generate our clients. AJ gets 10% of that revenue. So my agency made $110,000. AJ was subject to 10% of that, which came out to a little over $10,000. So in 1 month, I paid AJ $10,000. Okay, and he makes anywhere between $5,000 to $10,000 any given month. Okay, so this is option 2, and the reason he wanted this is because if he didn't choose this option, he would get paid about $1,500 to $2,000 a month. But now he's incentivized to actually generate more money because how much money he makes is based on the revenue that we generate our clients. Now, you don't have to do this with your media buyer, but what I've realized, guys, is that you want to incentivize the people that you work with to do the best results possible. So, for example, for my VA, what I do is, she basically filters through a bunch of leads, 10,000 leads per month. She filters through them. She manages the outreach and all that stuff. It's actually something that we do for you as well. If you join our social media marketing blueprint done for you program, we'll actually implement appointment setters in your program, and we'll have them outreach on your behalf and book calls on your behalf. So for me personally, when they book calls for me, what I do is I pay them an extra $25 per book call and an extra $150 if that person actually becomes a client. Now, for me, $150 is little compared to how much I can make from that client. Right off the bat, the client's going to pay us $2,500 plus 10% of revenue. So the fact that I can pay them $150 really is nothing, but that goes a long way for them. Okay, so even though I'm paying them, $300 to $700 a month for these appointment setters, they're able to make more money. They're incentivized to make more money when they book a call, as well as when they go ahead and when that call that they book becomes a client. So I recommend that you do this as well to incentivize good culture and incentivize your employees and contractors to do the best work possible. Because although they're still getting paid great compared to what they would be working in their country, you want to still go ahead and incentivize them. This is what I've realized from my own experience, not only with AJ, allowing him to make up to $10,000 a month, but also with appointment setters where they get incentivized to book more calls, do the best outreach that they can. So that is the next step as to how to pay your contractors. Again, option 1 can be just a flat fee, and then option 2 can be a percentage of revenue that they generate you. And then I guess you can also add on there, you can pay them bonuses based on milestones. So for example, if they book a call, if in this case appointment setters, or if they get you a client to actually go ahead and schedule a call and actually close them as a call. Now, next step is places to find contractors. Now, guys, I don't know, honest to God, like my job here, like my goal with, these videos, whether on YouTube or whether in the Skool community, is to give you all the value for free. Because to be honest, 90% of the people are not going to take action, and even if 100% of the people take action, I want you guys to buy into our Done For You program. Because you are like, dude, this guy's providing so much value. I can only imagine what he's providing once I actually pay him money to join, their Done For You program. And I say that to say that I don't know why a bunch of agency owners online keep this information away from you, like the places where to find contractors. Like onlinejobs.ph, there's few people that talk about this. And when they talk about it, they say, oh, it's not good. It's not good. Guys, this is the best place to find contractors. This is where I hire all of my contractors from. Quite frankly, if you join our program, this is where we hire the people, that are going to be your appointment setters or media buyers. We hire them from onlinejobs.ph, okay? And the only difference is that you're actually going to have to train them and go through all this process. We do all that for you. But again, I'm not scared to give you guys all this information for free. Because guess what? If you can make some money with it, great, man. Kudos to you. If you decide to, join us, then even better. My goal is to provide you everything for free and have you, go out there and try to crush it. If you decide to join, great. If not, totally fine. Because I honestly wish to have someone that was transparent, showing me all this stuff when I was going through my agency journey, starting out and not having enough money to purchase a program. Nonetheless, I digress. The first place to find Facebook contractors is Facebook groups. So again, I literally gave you guys links to these Facebook groups. You can click on these links and join these Facebook groups, and you'll find media buyers from all around the world that you can hire for very little money compared to, let's say, that in the US. So I literally gave you guys links to these. Okay, so the first place is if you're looking for a contractor or media buyer. I think this one is just for media buyers, but these other pages, they actually have other contractors. First place is Facebook groups, and again, I already did the research and went ahead and put the links here for you. So you simply just be able to click on the links. The next place, which again is my favorite, is onlinejobs.ph, okay? And again, if you guys are still watching to this point, keep watching because I'm actually going to show you the questionnaire. So you see here for media buyer, just put a job post out, and I already got a bunch of stuff. Same thing here, 37 responses for appointment setters. So keep watching because I'm actually going to give you this questionnaire and show you what questions to ask to vet these people. Because also, although I'm going to give you these groups and all this information for free, you actually want to make sure you're hiring the right person. So the second one is onlinejobs.ph. And onlinejobs.ph is a job board in the Philippines where you can find all types of talents for media buyers, video editors, graphic designers, etc. Okay, this is actually what I'm using right here. Okay, I'm not going to open up the different job board, but I mean, as you can see here, let's see, so I mean, I've pinned 237 different people, and I mean, just from here alone, guys, honestly, I think almost 300 people that I have communication with, and they're ready to start working right away. So onlinejobs.ph. Now you can post a job for free. Okay, you post a job for free, but it takes about 2 days for your job to go live, and then you can only message a certain amount of people. So if you if you want to bypass that, what I recommend you do is actually spend the $67. I believe it's $67 or $70, something like that. And that will automatically allow you to go ahead and upload your job right away. Okay, automatically it would be pinned. And on top of that, you'll be able to post 3 jobs per month. Now, honestly, you can go ahead and sign up to this just 1 month, and you can find who you want within that 1 month. So $67 to find who you want within that 1 month. Totally worth it, guys, okay? Totally worth it. You can message, I believe, up to 150 people in 1 month, but then also people like you see here are going to actually apply. The reason not many people applied here is because I told them don't reply back to this job, fill out the application, and they filled out the application. But over here, as you can see, 202 people actually filled out, and it got almost 2,000 hits. Okay, so this is onlinejobs.ph. Again, $67, totally worth it. If you don't have the $67, you can go ahead and just use the free. It's going to limit you to how many people you can message, and it also will limit you as to taking 2 or 3 days for the job to be live. Now, the third one is mediabuyers.com. Over here, you want to describe. You describe your requirements and what you're looking for your media buyer, for your business model. You can look for someone who's full-time, part-time, or a freelancer. This is ideally for agencies that are big spenders. So essentially, agencies that have a lot in ad spend, and also media buyers go through a rigorous vetting process to be added to the platform. So this is actually a really great platform, but if you're starting out, stay away from it because I mean, I honestly don't know what the price is. I know it's pretty pricey, but it's also for business owners for businesses that spend a lot of money in ad spend. I think you actually have to spend a certain amount of money in ad spend in order to actually get a media buyer from here. So for most of you guys, disregard mediabuyer.com. I did just want to include it in here because I think it's a great resource moving forward for some of you guys, depending on how far you scale your agency. But the first two, honestly, are going to be the best, which is onlinejobs.ph and Facebook groups. Now, this is great because, again, they go through the rigorous vetting process and all that, but you have to be spending a certain amount in order to get a media buyer from here. And again, guys, if you want to bypass all this, book a call with us, check out our Done For You program, see if it's a good fit for you. We literally do all the due diligence and not only are we providing you the course material from A to Z on how to scale your agency, but we actually put in these people in your business that are well trained to do all this on your behalf. So again, if you want to bypass all this, recommend you book a call and see if we're a good fit. If not, these are the 2 places to look for contractors regardless of what talent you are looking for. Now, lastly, we get to the questions to ask potential candidates. So before I open up this document and show you how to actually what questions to ask them, the process is going to go like this. Okay, you're going to take these questions that I'm going to share with you, and what you're going to do is you're going to go ahead and open up a Google form and you're going to upload these questions to your Google form. So now what happens is that when someone is interested in this job, they're going to have to go ahead and fill out this form. I'll show you exactly what that looks like, okay? So if we go ahead and take a look at the questions, you see here, we'll basically, let's take a look at the questions. This was for appointment setter, okay? It says, please fill out the form to the best of your ability. How thoroughly you fill out the form will dictate if we move forward with the interview process. Partially filled answers will result in application being discarded. So we're telling them you got to fill this out. If you half-ass this, then we're not going to, consider you. And I recommend you guys do this because you'll see some of these people are like not qualified. Okay, they just want, like, they see the fact that you're going to pay $500 and they want to apply regardless. So make sure you fill this out, because the people that actually fill it out properly are most likely going to be people that you can consider getting on a call with. So this is how the process goes. You're going to fill out, you're going to put out a job board. If you decide to go with onlinejobs.ph, if you decide to go with, if you decide to go with Facebook ads, you're simply just going to go ahead and put the form together and then send it to the person that you are looking to hire. If you decide to go with onlinejobs.ph, you're going to put out the job board, okay? You're going to post the job, and then once people start replying back to the job, you're going to go ahead and send them this link. So the process goes like this. Put a job post out, okay? Send them the document, this document to fill. After that, you're going to look at the responses. Based on the responses, you're going to go ahead and move forward and have those specific people that you think qualify schedule a call with you to actually see if they're a good fit. So that's like this 3-step process. Now let's take a look at what this looks like. So you see, when someone gets the sheet, we ask them their first name, their email, a link to their profile. Again, these people we're talking to are onlinejobs.ph, so we tell them what is your profile. That way we can click it and it takes us automatically to their profile. We tell them to provide us their Facebook and Instagram, because we want to see like what kind of people who are these people. You know, like I love hiring people that are not out drinking every single night. You know, I love hiring people that are like family oriented, preferably, you know, like people that have kids that have family, because those are the people that are going to pay more attention to their job because they value it, versus someone who goes out drinking every single night. So we ask this just to see who the heck are we hiring, because this person is going to be in our ecosystem. You know, depending on what they're doing, they're going to be handling like sensitive information. We want to know, is this person actually someone that we could trust? And then we ask them questions depending on what the job that we're hiring them for. This is for appointment setter, okay? But essentially, once they're done, you'll see here, you'll actually be able to see individual responses. So you'll see the question and then you'll see the answer. And what I recommend you guys do, this is a trick that we do when we're hiring people for the program, is we tell them, so for example, let's say we're hiring a media buyer, that we will then put into the program for our students. What we tell them is, at the last question will be, record a LOOM video explaining your expertise and why you think you would be a good fit. The reason we do that is because like maybe 75% of the people are going to make a LOOM video and then 25 are not. Like I got people that are like, I can't record a video because I'm shy on camera. I'm like, bro, how do you expect me to hire you if you don't even do what the form says? Okay. And then you have people that make this video and their English is amazing. So I'm like, perfect. This person is amazing. You have someone that gets on camera and they don't know how to articulate themselves. Then you might like, okay, this person is not worth moving forward with. So this is why we ask that question. I recommend, regardless of what service you're offering, have them go ahead and record a LOOM video talking about their expertise in the service that you're looking to hire them for, and just tell you a little bit about yourself, about themselves. Because that's so valuable, you guys. Like, that is very valuable to be able to see a video of someone before you actually get on a call with them. Because you'll see, this process is very tedious. I actually used to do this, but now I hired my admin VA does this. She will actually interview these people twice before having a final interview with me. So once they make it to those 2 interviews, if they make it through those 2 interviews, then they get an interview with me before we actually go ahead and start training them on the work that they are going to do for our students. So that is the process. Now let's go ahead and look at the questions, okay? So these are basically questions that I asked for media buyers. Again, if you are hiring someone for email marketing or appointment setting, whatever the case may be, go ahead and change some of these up. But I'm going to give you this document just so you have an idea of what we look for. So for example, when it comes to Facebook ads, things are different past iOS 14. So one question that I really wanted people to know is like, have you ran ads post iOS 14? Because if you have it, then things are much different now than they were a year ago, right? So this is one question that I made sure I asked. For you, if you're doing Klaviyo or email marketing, or regardless of what service you're offering, you want to make sure you're asking the right questions. For me, as someone who's looking for a media buyer for our students, this is very important. So I wanted to know this, because if they haven't ran ads since iOS 14 update, then they're probably not going to be a good fit, given that the landscape of Meta has changed tremendously. We asked them, are you currently working with another agency right now? Because if they are, we don't want to hire them. Again, we want someone who's not working with another agency. How much are you currently making your latest job, so we can get an idea of how much they were making. A lot of the times people will lie here and tell you like $1,000 or $2,000. Let them know in the job post that this is how much the job is worth. Like, this job is for this much. So if you're not okay with that, don't apply. Okay. Again, we tell them provide them our Instagram. Over here, we just tell them how well are you able to track Facebook ads using Google Analytics and Google UTMs. This is something that we cared about. Like, can you actually understand Google Analytics and set up parameters and goals and conversions on a scale of 1 to 10? Again, same here, UTMs. We asked them, how much money have you spent on ads in your entire career? You'll see people say $0, so you can disregard that. You'll see people say $500,000. You'll see people say $1 million. Explain in as much detail your past marketing experience. So here, we just want to know, like, what kind of marketing did you do in the past? What's funny is I actually hired someone to be a graphic designer, and when they answered a question that's like, can you please tell me your past graphic design, your past creative experience, and they told me that, yeah, I'd just been doing graphic design for 1 year, but I was doing video editing for 5 years, and I ended up hiring him for video editing. So the reason we asked this question in particular is to see what other expertise they have. Here we like to ask this question, which is, tell me something that is very difficult and how did you solve it? Depending on like how well they answer it, sometimes you can get to know a lot about a person depending on how they answer this. Ask them, please provide us with your best email so that we can reach out to you. And lastly, include your resume. So depending on what service you're hiring for, let's say you're hiring for Facebook ads or media buying in general, and you're also hiring for video editing, you definitely want someone to provide you with some work that they've done in the past. Because again, guys, people can lie about this. I know I've lied in my past resumes when I was, working a 9 to 5. It's just we lie sometimes because we want to get the job, or we extend the truth. Like, even though it's a lie, it's like, how long you've been doing this, and you tell them, oh, I've been doing this for X amount of years. That's exactly what happens here. People will tell you, yeah, I've been doing this for X amount of years. In reality, they haven't. So you want to see, like, can you provide me some examples, right? Like some screenshots of some of the results that you've generated if you have them. Or can you provide me, if you're hiring someone for a video editor, some of the videos you've edited in the past, links to the YouTube channels that you've worked on. So here you want to just get any material that you can, that we can reference, really just to see like the quality of their work before you move forward. So the whole purpose of this questionnaire, guys, is just to not get on a call with someone who's not worth it. You want to vet these people, okay? You want to make sure, are these people actually worth getting on a call with? So highly recommend you do your due diligence here and, vet these people before you actually get on a call with them, because you'll see you might get 100 applicants, and you don't want to interview all 100 applicants. You want to narrow that down to 20 by filtering out the people that are not a good fit. Okay, so you're going to have access to this questionnaire here. It is going to be linked down below, as well as this document right here. Actually, it's just going to be this document, and when you click this link right here, it'll open up the questionnaire. Feel free to change any of these questions to fit the niche, the service that you're looking to offer. And then, like I said, Google Forms is self-explanatory. What you're going to do is you're actually going to go ahead and go to Google Forms. You'll take these questions that we have here, and then you'll upload them to this form, and then you'll simply be able to send this person the actual form just by clicking send, and then click this button, and then shorten URL, and just copy. So you can send them this, they'll fill it out, and then you'll get an email every time someone fills it out. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, hope this video was thorough as to how to find a contractor, where to find them. I mean, this alone right here, guys, is literally worth everything, okay? I'm giving you links to actual pages you can go and hire media buyers and contractors, but also this right here, onlinejobs.ph. If you can spend the $67, it is worth it. You're going to get some great talent. The only thing you're going to have to do is actually do your due diligence. With that being said, hope you enjoyed this video, and I will see you in the next video in this training.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another video. In this video, I'm going to be sharing with you guys the exact, very simple yet effective contract that I have been using at my paid ads agency for the last 3 years. This is the same exact contract that we have used over the past 3 years to generate our clients close to $20 million in revenue. By the end of this video, you'll be able to copy the same exact contract and tweak it to your service offering as well as your niche. So I highly implore you that you watch this video till the end, because if you watch it till the end and you understand this contract, you'll essentially just need to do it one time and not have to change it for maybe the next 1 to 2, 3 years. Just like us, for example, we've been using this contract for the last 3 years, and once we understand it, all we have to do is swap the actual client's name as well as the amount that we charge them. So do yourself a favor, watch this video till the end, because again, you're gonna need to just understand it once and then it'll be set for the next few years. But with that being said, let's go ahead and get into the training.
So in this video, we're going to go ahead and give you the exact template that we have used at the agency for the last 3 years to generate well over $2.5 million in revenue. You know, oftentimes when it comes to the contract, a lot of agency owners complicate it, when in reality, it doesn't have to be that complicated. So not only am I going to go ahead and give you the exact template that you can use, but I'm actually going to go ahead and give you this other document which shows you in real time the exact version of this contract that we send to our clients. Okay, so again, keep in mind, this contract, you're obviously going to inplug your name here, you know, your agency, you're going to change the title depending on what it is that you're offering. Again, the different services on what you're offering. But this document right here is the same thing. The only difference is that this is the services that we offered for this client in particular, as well as my information plugged in. That way you can see exactly what a final piece looks like. The only thing obviously is going to be different is the services you're providing, your agency name, and your name. So let's go ahead and get into it. Now, the contract doesn't have to be that complicated, as I said. This contract in particular is going to save you from any legal trouble. And the reason you guys don't want to go ahead and complicate the contract is because even with this contract being very simple, I've had one client in the past who still questioned me about what this stuff means. They're like, okay, well, what does this mean? And what does this mean? And the reason people feel that way when it comes to contracts is that, contract has a bad connotation associated with it. This is why you'll see we never use contract in here. We use agreement, okay? Because the word contract has bad connotation with it. People automatically associate contract with being locked into some sort of long-term agreement. So we just like to use the term agreement as opposed to contract. And the reason you want to make it simple is because you want to remove any friction between the client agreeing to move forward with you and paying you or not. Because as you'll see, someone is not considered a client until they sign the contract and make the payment. So we want to make this as frictionless as possible. So again, you don't need to complicate this. I know you can go into ChatGPT and say, write me a contract for a social media marketing agency that offers, let's say, Facebook ads at $2,000 a month plus 10% of revenue. And it'll spit you out this very thorough contract. The issue with that, guys, is that it's going to use these big terms that your client, might not feel comfortable with. So you want to make it as simple as possible. This contract does that, okay? So we'll go ahead and get right into it. Keep in mind, anything that is in blue that says your name or your agency, you're going to go ahead and change it to obviously your name or your agency. And we're going to go back and forth between the actual contract versus the contract that I've updated to reflect my information. So first thing here we have is the title. Okay, 90-day paid advertising plus ad creative agreement. If you're not offering ad creatives, you can just say 90-day paid ads. Or if you're offering email marketing, you can say 90-day email marketing. Okay, maybe you're doing it for 1 month or month to month, whatever the case may be. Update it to reflect exactly what you're offering. First line says this agreement will outline the expectations from this program and what you can expect from your agency. Okay, so here you'll put your agency. As you guys can see here, this agreement outlines, in this case, it was a 4-month. I put expected from MJ at SF Analytica. Obviously, you want to go ahead and use your full name, okay, your full legal name. Next is what is and then insert your service name. So over here we said, what is paid advertising? So the first line, the first part of the contract is that we're telling them what is this agreement, because you might start working with these people and then they might say, well, you didn't do this, and we tell them, well, this is not what the agreement is. The agreement is this right here. Okay, so you want to identify what is this agreement. Okay, what is this contract? In this case, this agreement is a service where your agency will test, optimize, manage, and scale paid ads on ad platform names here, campaigns. So here, what we're telling them here, you'll add the different campaigns. So let's say you're doing Klaviyo, or you're doing Facebook ads, or TikTok, whatever the case may be. This is a service where your agency will test, optimize, and scale Facebook ads campaign. Okay, and then here, this 9-day program is the first step in scaling your business and bringing consistent sales through our marketing efforts. Okay, so over here, explain exactly what the service is. Now, next step is, what does the program include? Okay, so this program, what does it include? And if I have not said it, I do want to give credit where credit is due. I actually got this contract from a program that I took about 2 years ago. Obviously, I've updated it and changed a few things, but I did get this contract from a program that I took a few days ago, which I think is really great because it simplifies everything. Nonetheless, here you want to list out what the program includes. So the first thing is, what does the program include? Include all the things that you're going to offer, okay? And the reason this is important, because you want to have a black and white as to what you're offering and what you're not offering, okay? So as you can see here, these are just some things that we've listed. If we go to this example right here, it's very much the same with the exception of a few things. So here we listed out all the things that we offer. And then here we want to go ahead and say this program does not include, okay? Now, if you offer these services that you're going to write here at a separate fee, then you can go ahead and say at a separate service. But if you don't offer them, period, you can just say this program does not include, in this case, setting up social media platforms, ad monitoring, social media strategy, growth strategy, and then add any other services here. So again, you want to have a black and white line between what you offer and what you don't offer, because the last thing you want to do is your client saying, hey man, we're getting a bunch of angry comments. People are, cussing us out on our comments. Or, it doesn't have to be something that dramatic, but let's say, people are commenting on our ads, and, why didn't you reply back to them? And it's like, well, this is not what we do. Our job is to run your ads. It's not to monitor the comments. If that's something that you want to do, then, we can add another fee to it. Or if you just don't do it at all, then that's something else. So you want to have a clear line as to what you offer and what you don't offer. Okay, so that's this part right here. Okay, now next part is, what's the timeline? Okay, the reason this is important, because you want to give people the expectation, the people you're working with, the expectation as to what they can look forward to in terms of timeline. So over here we say, after signing the contract and providing the necessary assets, we will go over a strategy call. After the strategy session, your ads will be live in X amount of days. So if we take a look at the real-time contract that we have here, after you have signed the contract, provide necessary assets, we will go to work and put together the first round of creatives within 3 to 5 days. Your official start date will start the day the ads are live. So as you guys can see here, I gave you this right here, but you're going to need to modify it to fit exactly what you're offering. In my case, we actually have to put the creatives together for the client, okay? So they provide us with the marketing material, and we actually have our team of 6 creators go ahead and put together these different creatives. So we have to tell them, once you provide us the work, first round of creatives is going to take 3 to 5 days, and then once the ads go live is when your first day will officially start. Because we want to go ahead and make sure we mark the 30-day, because we're charging them a percentage of revenue. So we want to make sure, tell them that the day starts the day your ad go live, and then the creatives are going to take 3 to 5 days to actually put together. So that is this right here, the timeline of the project. Make sure you update it according to your timeline and the services that we offer. Now here comes the meat of the contract, really, which talks about how does the payment work. Okay, so I'll go over this and then I'll share with you guys exactly how my contract looks like. Okay, so this agreement is for a 3-month paid advertising service with the amount paid up front. Here you would go ahead and put the amount, which will cover a 3-month monthly fee. After each 30-day cycle, percentage of revenue that is generated is going to be paid at the end of 30-day cycle. So let's take a look at this first part and dissect it. So the way I work with my clients, I don't know if you do this or not, but this client in particular, we charged, we gave them a discount. If they paid everything up front, we gave them a discount. So instead of paying $7,500, $2,500 every single month, we said if you make a one-time payment, you're only going to pay $4,500. So they agreed to that, so we had to make sure we reflect that in the contract. So what we said here is that this agreement for a 3-month paid service is $4,500 paid upfront, which is going to cover 3 months worth of fees. Now, aside from this $4,500, after 30-day cycle period, you are going to pay us 10% of the revenue that we generate at the end of the 30-day cycle. Straightforward, telling them $4,500 plus 10% of the revenue that we generate you. Now, let's say when we talked to them on the sales call, they didn't agree to the 3-month. They want to do month to month. Then we would change this to say $2,500 paid at the first of every month, or at the first day of the cycle, and then 10% paid at the end of the 30-day cycle. So this is the first part of the contract. Now, over here, what I actually added this because most of the clients that I work with actually take that offer. Okay, most of the clients that we work with, they don't want to just work for 1 month. They know that it's a long-term game, or at least we do a good job of communicating that and explaining to them that this is a long-term game. So the reason I have this in here is because most people don't want to pay $7,500 over 3 months. They'd rather pay $4,500, one-time fee. So we tell them that this amount, which is the $4,500, is a one-time payment plus percentage of generated sales are agreed upon, but is subject to be negotiated and changed by both parties after 3 months of the day that the ads are launched. So essentially what we're telling them here is that after the 3 months from the day the ads are launched, this amount plus the percentage is going to be negotiated by both parties. Now, the reason we do that, guys, is because this is a discount that we're giving them. They went from $7,500 to $4,400. So what we want to do here is we want to let them know that we're going to renegotiate this, okay? Like if you decide to do month to month, this is going to go back to $7,500 to $2,500 a month. Okay, so we just want to make sure that we include this in here because we don't want after 3 months they say, well, I didn't know that you guys were going to charge me still month to month after this 3 months. I thought $4,500 was a one-time payment, not just for 3 months. So include it in here just so you don't encounter any of these issues. Now, the next part of the contract here is that we say the services provided by your agency for our clients involves intangible intellectual property. Once the work has commenced, it becomes an irrevocable part of your possession, belonging exclusively to you. This is why we do not provide refunds once the work has commenced. It is important to note that the program officially begins on the day that the strategy session marketing the initiation of our collaboration. So essentially what we're telling them here, the point of this is that we're telling them there's no refunds. Okay, now granted, I've had one client in the past that I had to refund just because I wanted to end on good terms, but you want to have this in your contract, okay? That way you don't end up, having to refund. And we're telling them this is intangible intellectual property that you own, okay? Shoot, let me go back. We can't refund it to you. The day that we start, there's no such thing as refund. Now, after 3 months, if you decide to stop working with us, that's totally fine. But don't come back to us and say you want a refund, okay? So this is exactly what we mean here, okay? That we want to make sure that we tell them the services that provided by our agency, you'll put your agency name here, is something that is not refundable, okay? Once you sign the contract, once you make the payment. Lastly, we want to go ahead and basically, tell them that by signing this document below, you affirm you understand of these terms, which state that the program sales are non-refundable. Moreover, you waive the rights to initiate chargeback with your credit card processor for your payment. So very much similar to what we're saying here, basically telling them that, once you sign, you're going to affirm the fact that you understand all of these terms that we mentioned and that this is non-refundable. And on top of that, you're not going to go ahead and do a chargeback, with your card. The reason you want to have this, guys, is because, let's say someone, does a chargeback on their Amex. Well, guess what? Both of you guys are going to need to provide proof that, the chargeback should or should not have been made. And the fact that you have this in your contract is going to help you tremendously because the client the credit card processor is going to know that they signed the contract knowing that they're going to waive any right that they can initiate a checkout. And let's say they do take you to court, which again, I don't think will happen. I mean, this amount is very little to take someone to court, but let's say they do take you to court. This is going to be in your favor, okay? The fact that you told them that they waived their rights to initiate a chargeback. So as you guys can see, it's such a simple contract, okay? Literally one page, okay? But it outlines everything that you need. We covered what the program includes. We covered the name of the program, what the program includes. We covered the timeline, how the payment works, how much the payment is, and then we officially made it official by telling them there's no fees, there's no refunds, and there's no chargebacks. And then here we have a client name, client signature, and date. I'm actually going to go ahead and open a HelloSign document, HelloSign, which is a document, the software that we use to actually sign these contracts, and show you once you actually go ahead and input your information. So let's say in our case, it is going to be this document right here. Let's say this is the contract that we're sending to the client. When you upload it to HelloSign, all you're going to need to do is actually just drag the name, drag the signature, and drag the date, input their email, and send it to them. And when you send it to them, they're going to be able to actually go ahead and sign, add their name, and add the date. Click submit, and you'll get a copy, and they'll get a copy. So I'm going to go ahead and show you exactly what that looks like right now. All right, guys. So what you're going to do first is, like I said, you're going to create a copy of this contract. And then once you create a copy of the contract, you're going to go ahead and create another copy because you want to have the contract. You want to have the actual contract, okay, which is this right here. And then you need to create another copy for that specific client because when you come back and you have another client, you want to refer back to this contract that actually is the original one. Or you can, come back to this video and download it again. Nonetheless, once you have the contract ready, so like I said, we're going to use this one. You want to go ahead and click download, and let's do a PDF. So it'll go ahead and download it right there. And then you come into HelloSign, which is going to be one of the softwares that we actually tell you need to use. But I'm going to do an example for you here. You open HelloSign, click upload contract, and this is so awesome, you guys. All you got to do is upload it. And as mentioned in the video, you upload 3 contracts per month for free. So if you get only 3 clients per month, the software is free. If not, I think it's like $8 or $14. Again, once you upload it, you'll see right here, MJ example contract. You'll click on next, and here we're going to add the name. So let me just go ahead and type in my name. Okay, my email. This is actually for your name. So let's go ahead and copy this. So put this here, put MJ, okay, do that, okay, great. So now we have the name as well as the address, and we'll go ahead and click next. So this is what's cool, guys, look at this. All you got to do is basically drag and drop the placements, right, the signature field. So this is the contract. It'll show you what it looks like. We're going to scroll all the way to the bottom, and what's cool is we already added the lines here. Okay, so see here, client name. So you're going to go ahead and take this and drag it and just position it right there. So full name. And then client signature, you're going to find, let's see, where is signature? So right here, so signature. And we're going to go ahead and drag and drop it right here. And then you're going to go ahead and take date and drag and drop it right here. Okay, so now we have the full name, the client signature, and the date. Once we have that, we're going to go ahead now and click on next. So make sure that you're only going to download the contract once you've thoroughly went over it, because once you upload it in here, you can't change anything. All you can do is add these placements. So again, once you add the placements, we're going to go ahead and click on next. And now it's going to say the email to signers. So who is the email that you're actually sending it to? So signer here, we have MJ. Here, title. So we'll just go ahead and copy this. We'll do this, the name of the contract, paste it here. And then, here you can write your message, hey, please sign contract. Obviously, you want to, write something more thorough, add please and thank you. But nonetheless, here's the message that they're going to receive. And then here's going to be the title, the email subject line. All right. And then you're going to go ahead and click send for signature. Okay. So we'll just go ahead and send it. And once it's set, you'll actually be able to see all your documents here. So if we go to this, we can see this is the document right here. And you'll actually be able to see in your dashboard if they viewed the contract, right? So if they open the email, it's going to show you. And also, if they sign it, it's going to let you know. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, that is exactly the contract that we have used over, the past 3 years. I'm glad you made it this far into the video. Please take time to actually make this look good, because again, this is one thing that you're going to do once and then not to have to worry about ever again. Only thing you'll need to do is tweak it if you start adding different services, or if you change your pricing.
So you just landed your first client. Well, congratulations. But now it's actually time to go ahead and onboard them. From my 5 years experience of running 2 different agencies, this next step is one of the most important steps, because this onboarding process sets the tone for the rest of the working relationship. You see, having a seamless and effortless onboarding experience not only gives your client a great customer experience, but it also lays the foundation of you being able to achieve your clients the best results possible. And in this video, I'm going to go ahead and share with you guys the exact onboarding process that I have been doing for the past 3 years at my paid ads agency. I'll share with you guys the step-by-step, as well as all the documents that I use, which allows us to onboard our clients in less than 30 to 40 minutes. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get into the training.
So as I mentioned, onboarding clients is going to be one of the most important aspects of the relationship for you and the client, because it's essentially one of the first impressions that you are going to have and one of the first interactions after the actual sales call. So in this video, I'm going to go ahead and show you the 3-step process on exactly how you are going to go ahead and onboard your client. And below this video, you're going to have links to these 3 documents, which is the sheet that we're going to go over, also the onboarding email that we send out, as well as the document that we have, which will allow them to give us access to their marketing collateral. So first thing is, if you did not sign the client agreement during the discovery call, the first step that you must take after this call, once the client agrees to work with you, is to send them the contract, the invoice, and the onboarding documents. So ideally, you want to go ahead and have them agree and sign the contract and make the payment on the sales call. But I know personally that that's not the case with most businesses. Probably half of the clients that I've signed will say, go ahead and send me the contract, I'll look it over, and I'll go ahead and make the payment after this call. Okay, so if that's the case, totally fine. That's the purpose of this video, is to show you exactly how to go ahead and do that. Now, this 3-step process, to give you a bird's eye overview, is first step is you're going to go ahead and have them sign the agreement, and then you're going to have them go ahead and make the payment, and then lastly, you're going to go ahead and get access to their collateral. Okay, these are the different images, the different videos that you're going to be using that your client already has, as well as you're going to go ahead and add them to Slack, where you're going to be communicating. And then they're also going to want to go ahead and give you access to the different marketing platforms that you're going to be marketing on. So for example, if you're running Facebook and Instagram ads, they'll need to give you access to their Meta Ads Manager. If you're doing Google Ads Manager, TikTok, same thing, or Klaviyo, they're going to go ahead and need to give you access. That's exactly what we're going to cover in this video, and I'm going to show you exactly how you can simplify this to make this less than a 30 to 40 minute process. So step number 1 is the contract, which actually makes it official. Okay, so you want to go ahead and use the 90-day advertising program agreement. Just make sure that you change and update your name and your agency name and the terms which you and your client agree on. And to access this contract, you're actually going to click this button here, which will give you the link to the actual contract. Now, we recorded a separate video just breaking down the actual contract and exactly how you're going to upload it to HelloSign and have them sign it. We're not going to go over that in this video, but just know if you didn't get that link to the contract in that video for whatever reason, you'll have that right here. So that's the first step, is to actually have them sign the contract. And I recommend that you refer back to that video, which will show you how to actually get them to sign the contract and how to update the contract to fit your different services. This is the same contract that we use at the agency that we've been using for the past 3 years. Just make sure you change, obviously, your name, the client's name, and the services that you are providing. That's step number 1, is making it official. Now, step number 2 is getting paid. And the client is not closed until they do this step, okay? Until the client has paid you, then they're not necessarily a client yet. Okay, so for getting paid, we actually use Stripe as our payment processor. You can use the Stripe native platform to create an invoice. If you are not using Stripe for whatever reason, maybe it's not available in your country, you can use something as simple invoice to actually create the contract, and then maybe something like PayPal to go ahead and collect the payment. But I really recommend that if Stripe is available to you, you use Stripe. It just makes things so much easier, and it's quite frankly easier on the client as well. Now, for the people using Stripe, creating an invoice is pretty easy. You'll need the client's email where you can send them the invoice and a link to Stripe where they can make the payment. So again, in another video where we talked about the tools that you are going to need, we went over Stripe. Pretty straightforward. Again, you're going to need the client's name. You're going to input the service that they are buying, and then you're going to go ahead and input the amount. Once you're done, you're going to be able to enter the client's email, send it over to them, and you can also copy that link and send that link over to them as well. So that is step number 2, getting paid. Okay, now step number 3 is actually really important, because the last thing that you want to do is have it be a bad customer experience. Okay. The reason this is important is because you want to go ahead and streamline, okay, the onboarding process along with the invoice, the contract that you need to send to the document, to the client. Instead of like sending them the contract and say, hey, I forgot to send you the invoice, and hey, I forgot to get this piece of material from you. You want to do it all in one. And I've actually put together this, process which will allow you to do it all in once. So step number 1 to streamline this process is you are going to record a short video on how they can give you access to their business manager. Now, you want to use LOOM to record a short video showing the client exactly how to give you access to their business manager or their Google Ads manager or Klaviyo or whatever platform and service that you're offering. Now, in this video, you don't want to mention any business owner's name within the video. Keep it general. That way you can use this video for future clients. So what I mean here is that the video that I'm using to show people how to give us access to their business manager is literally a video that I created 2.5 years ago. You just need to go in Loom, and you want to start the video by saying, in this video I'm going to show you how to give us access to your business manager, and then just walk through the process. It's going to be a short 1 to 2 minute video. Don't mention any client name, because that way you'll be able to use this video for every single client that you onboard that you need access to their business manager. Simple as that. You're going to record a short Loom video, and you're going to actually paste it in this document, which we'll get to in a little bit. So step number 1 is record a video on how to give you access to their business manager. Number 2 is record a video on where to upload their marketing collateral. So again, you want to use Loom. And over here, you're going to record a short video on exactly where to upload the marketing collateral, such as images, videos, customer list, or any material that you need from them in order for you to go ahead and start their marketing campaign. Now, this video, technically, it can't be evergreen. So this video, you're going to need to record for every single client. And, uploading stuff to Google Doc is pretty self-explanatory, but you'd be surprised how out of touch business owners are when it comes to using, Google Drive or whatever. At least I've seen it with some clients. So you want to make it simple by just simply recording a 1-minute video and then showing them okay, this folder right here, which you're going to have the link to, you're going to go ahead and open it up. Here it says images, here it says videos. When you open up the images folder, you're going to upload all the images that you have that we can use. And same thing for video, you're going to upload the folder and upload all the videos in here. So now you recorded 2 videos, one on showing them how to upload their marketing collateral, which honestly is going to take them no more than 5 to 10 minutes. And then 2 is going to show a video showing them exactly how to give you access to their business manager. So this is the step-by-step on how to actually go ahead and onboard them. Now, what you're going to do is this document right here. I actually want to go over this. So this, you're going to create actually you can just file and copy this document, okay? And this is the document that you're going to send in the email, which again, we're providing you with the actual email that you're going to go ahead and send to the client. So for the first one, how to grant access to business manager. Very much like we explained here, which is creating a video on how to grant access to business manager, you're just going to drop that link here, okay? So drop the evergreen link here, Okay. And then here, business manager ID. So for example, with Facebook ads, you actually need your business manager ID of the agency in order for them to give you access. So you're going to go ahead and put your business manager ID. And in this video, you're showing them, you're actually going to tell them, you're going to take our business manager ID and you're going to upload it in here and give us access. So here you're going to paste that number, I believe it's 16-digit number that they're going to use to give you access to their business manager. And then over here, you're going to go ahead and I actually have this twice. I don't know I have this twice, so let me delete this. But over here, you're going to go ahead and post a link here to a video, right, to this video that shows them how to upload their marketing collateral. Okay, so you'll upload the link here. Maybe you'll put video on how to, and then underneath that, you're going to add the actual link to the Google Drive folder that they're going to give you access to. What I recommend, guys, is that they don't share the folder with you. It's better if they upload it. That way you have it in your internal Google Drive. I know some businesses are anal about, uploading it to your own drive. They'd rather just share it with you. The only issue with that is that if they have different videos and images, they can end up sending you 5 different links and it can get really messy. So I personally like to just have them upload it to our drive. That way we have everything organized. Nonetheless, you're going to go ahead and post the video link here, which shows them how to give access to marketing collateral, as well as the actual link to the Google Drive folder, which they're going to go ahead and upload the marketing collateral to. And then lastly, over here, as you know in the video, the tools that you need for your agency, one of the tools is Slack. So if you yet don't know this is the best email for them to use, you're going to go ahead and put this here and tell them, please provide me with the best email to add you to your Slack channel. Because after this, ladies and gentlemen, after you send this email to them, all communication is going to be done in Slack. So once they go ahead and put in their email right here, again, because this is a document that you own, you're going to be able to come back, take their email, and then upload that to Slack, and then communicate with them via Slack. So this is the access to collateral. Okay, just literally go ahead and copy the sheet and just add your links here. Okay, and again, this is where they're going to go ahead and upload it. Now, what you're going to do after you go ahead and fill all this out is you're going to go ahead and file share, create a link, okay, and within that link, you're going to go ahead and send it to them via email. Now, this is the email copy that I use for all my clients, okay? You can copy the same exact thing, change anything that you would like around, but we're going to go ahead and go over this email, okay? So first of all, let me just go ahead and show you this. So paste Google Doc link here. That's exactly this link, okay? This link, which shows them all of these things that we just covered, you're going to go ahead and paste that here. Okay, and if we go back to this subject line, I just like to add stars here so the email can stand out, and we tell them, please star this email. So the reason we tell them that is because they're going to be able to come back. They're going to have to come back to this email a couple of times, so it's important that they star it so they can easily access it. That is the subject line, is please star this email. And then for the body copy, we say greetings, business owner name. As the subject line states, please star this email, as you might need to visit it multiple times when we're working together. I have already sent you the invoice and the contract to your email. Please review them and let me know if you have any questions. If everything looks great on your end, sign it and take the next steps, which is giving us access to your ads manager and any marketing collateral you have for us to use as ads. The following link is a doc which shows you a step-by-step on how to do the following. 1, give us access to your business manager. 2, upload brand name marketing collateral. So let's say the brand name is Gymshark. It'll say upload Gymshark marketing collateral. And then 3, communicate via Slack. Once you take these steps mentioned above, if needed, we will schedule a strategy meeting where we outline the goal for the next 30 days. So, typically what we do is we have a strategy call with people after they send us all this, but sometimes we just get started right away. Nonetheless, you'll go ahead and adjust this according to your need and your client's need. So this is the actual document here. Okay, this is the actual email that we sent to the client. And like I said, here we paste the Google link and we send them this email, and we break down that 1, star this email, and 2, the link to this doc is going to show you how to give us all three. Okay. And like I said, guys, this is literally going to take the client, maybe 20 to 30 minutes to go ahead and give you access to all of this stuff. So it's not going to take them a long time. And what we just accomplished here is we are able to send one email. Okay. So one email that we're sending to the client that shows them how to give us access to their business manager. It'll show them how to actually go ahead and upload marketing collateral, and it'll give us the best email for us to communicate with them for the in the future in Slack. Okay, keep in mind, if you're using Stripe, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, the invoice is going to be sent via Stripe. So when you upload this to Stripe, you're going to add their name, like we said, the email, send it to them, and they'll automatically get an email. From the Stripe dashboard, it'll automatically be sent to their email. And then for the contract, same thing. We upload it to HelloSign. We input their email, and they automatically will get the contract. So the contract and the invoice, that is sent different from the actual native platform. So in this case, Stripe for the invoice and HelloSign for the contract. The only email that you have to manually send out is going to be this one, which is going to include this document, okay, and this body copy. And then you just send it to the client. They're going to get back to you. Again, it won't take them no more than 20 minutes. And now you're good to go. Okay. You might have to schedule a call to show them, like, here's what we're going to do. But now you have access to almost everything that you need. Okay. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, that is exactly how you're going to go ahead and onboard clients. This is the same exact strategy that we've been using. You want to make it very simple. Don't complicate it. Feel free to get access to all of these documents linked below.